Yo, what is up? Hold on real quick. I have it on the wrong thing. There we go. Hey, hi everybody. What's up? This is Mav, and this is kind of a special PM in the PM episode. This is going to be PM in the PM episode 109. But hey, we got a gaming showcase about to happen, so we figured why not go ahead and do kind of a co-stream deal for the future game show, and then after it's over, Pong Soul will be getting home from work. We're gonna do a regular episode of PM in the PM immediately following the future game show. So it's gonna be kind of one long stream. Thanks to everybody who chooses to watch any of these showcases here with us over on Fun Speculation. You all rock, and looking forward to having a great show tonight with Pong when he gets here. But in the meantime, we got hopefully some new game announcements, some updated trailers. Exciting news potentially for some of these games. Looking forward to seeing what all they bring to us. Everybody here in the chat right now, you fucking rock. Thank you all again for being here with us. It's 7 minutes to go until we actually have this future game show, and I don't really know what to expect because these shows, you never know what to expect. Sometimes they actually have some really cool game announcements at these kind of shows. And then sometimes they're just kind of like, the updated trailers. There's more PC type stuff on these. There's sometimes some like games coming to Game Pass that we didn't know about. But there's been a lot of cool news because this is kind of like the ramp up to gaming news season in a way. We're in late March now, so the next couple months should be pretty good because we got this, and then we have some game releases. Dragon's Dogma 2 hits today. That's one of the reasons we're doing PM of the PM early, because like Pong Soul can wait, and he said I got to play at launch, so it launches at 7 our time. So we're gonna go and play Dragon's Dogma after PM in the PM, because that's a huge release, one of the bigger releases of the year. And then just guess what? Not too long in May, we got Hellblade 2 coming out. A bunch of other stuff is coming out. MLB The Show just came out. Just crazy time right now for gaming as far as the games to play. And maybe we'll find out some more 2024 games at this event. Shout out to Prey Grasso. How you doing, Faz? Welcome to the Speculators. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Appreciate anybody here. And if you do like the content on Fun Speculation, hit the like button, share it out, sub to the channel, notification bell, all that kind of cool stuff. Greatly helps us grow. Shout out also to all of the people out there at PAX East, to all the gaming events going on. There's going to be, like I said, this is kind of the ramp up right now, late March, and then just a few short months from now, we're going to have summer game showcase season, and the excitement and hype is going to start to get off the rails for gaming, because we actually have potentially a big holiday with games, because there's going to be hardware, and we don't 100% know what the hardware is going to be. Could PS5 Pro could be legitimate. That could actually happen this holiday. We're going to have Switch 2 announcement at some point as well. We know that there's some kind of Xbox hardware as well this holiday. So gaming news season here with the gaming showcases and all this stuff in the summer. There's gonna be a lot of attention and eyes focused on all this kind of stuff, because we want to see what all this new hardware could be potentially, right? Shout out to Jacob Novak. Jacob, you sick? Oh man, what's wrong? Hopefully you start to feel better. Shout out to Def Leppard, Brian Giebo, Cyber Gunter, One Trick Pony, Fark You. How's it going? Goat Status, what's up? Ghost Fixter, Bob's Adventure, what's up? Tent Gaming, how's it going? Let's see here. Silver Lab Guy, shout out to you. Sanchez MTZ Gaming, Niturnal, Whoop Whoop Kid, Web Dave. Yeah, shout out to everybody here hanging out. Gogopo, Ryu Art Gaming. Yeah, this is like a kind of an earlier time for PM in the PM, and as you can see, we're Pong soulless right now. But that will change here in the next couple hours when we roll into the regular show. There's not going to be two separate streams. We're going to do this future game show. And I don't even really know 100% how long it's going to last. I think they may have said, I don't know for sure. Like, I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. But however long this is, and then when Pong gets home, he's wanted to try and be here for as much of this as possible. But I think, he has that Minnesota snow he's got to drive through, So until he gets off, and then we'll roll right into this shit. But yeah, we'll have PM in the PM kind of regular episode where we go through all the normal topics and all that kind of stuff as soon as he gets here. I got it all set up for him to hop in, and we'll roll with that. Bold Alpha, what's up, man? Jacob, not too bad, but your nose are running like hell. Yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks. I missed like a whole week of shows a couple weeks ago because I was like super sick, and still getting over that crap. There's still, hacking stuff up every once in a while, but I think it's just been going around people, man. It's that time, seasons change, the weather changes. It's raining outside right now. It's super wet, but it's like not raining hard enough to make the windshield wipers not be annoying. You know what I mean? It's like a drizzle to where you can't see through the damn windshield, but you turn on your wipers, it's like, that annoying damn thing every time. It sucks. I hate that. You've been sick as well, Ghost Fixer? Yeah, it's that season, man. Jay Lewis says, choo choo, choo choo, motherfucker. What's up, Jay? General Spartan 27 says, I'm watching the Illinois versus Moorhead State game, and Illini are getting smoked. Damn. Yeah, it's just the time of season 2 where like sports starts really ramping up. You got like March Madness stuff. You got baseball season kicking off soon. Then you have fucking basketballs, like NBA really ramps up around this time. So it's a good time for sports. Just trying to remember where the vampire cure is in ESO. I don't know in ESO. I remember in Oblivion, I think. That was like a whole ass thing, man. A whole ass thing. Bold Alpha says, real quick, man, how freaking great were the first 2 episodes of X-Men 97? I've only seen the first one so far, but I will tell you, it was freaking great, man. It brought so much nostalgia, but newness at the same time. Fucking amazing. Halo season finale I watched last night. Bro. Like, there's some parts of the storyline that I could kind of like not care for, but like they are really ramping this up into a solid Halo show. And it's going to be a long wait for season 3. Because where this is like at now, it's like Halo. It's like, I'm just going to say it's like bringing back everything you would want from like the stories of like the old Halos, kind of like reimagined in a different way, obviously, right? But like it's there, man. Like the visuals, everything is there right now. I can't wait to see what happens next. Yeah, FRQ. It's it's that seasonal cold stuff. All right, here we go. Future game show.
Everybody, and welcome to the Future Games Show Spring Showcase. My name is Samantha Bayard, though you may know me best as Baldur's Gate 3's lovable hothead Karlach. Fortunately, for the sake of my infernal engine and the fate of this fair studio, I'm taking leave from the front lines of the Blood War for the next 90 minutes to present today's show. A veritable feast
Benjamin. Of trailers, yes, Samantha.
What did I tell you in rehearsals?
Don't cut you off.
And what just happened?
I immediately cut you off.
You immediately cut me off. You've disgraced yourself, you know that?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Well, go on then, introduce yourself.
I'm Ben Starr, and you might know me from the popular social media skits I film alone in my front room, or perhaps my role as the pectorally blessed icon Clive Rossfield in Final Fantasy XVI. Beyond the endearing back and forth.
It's not endearing.
Agree to disagree. Sam and I are here today to get you up to speed on the most exciting video games of the moment.
So whether you're watching on a live stream or in the Albatross Theatre at PAX East, hi, stick close to Mama K.
And Mama C.
And we'll get through this one together.
Let's kick
They always
things
have
off with our
voice
first
actors host this
And
show.
guess
It's
what?
always a little interesting.
It's
right?
a world premiere.
World premiere. Oh. Oh, is this this looks like Place or something, or like last night. I don't know. Sorry about that. Live arena feed. Okay. Some multiplayer thing. Death Sprint 66. Interesting. Death Sprint 66.
That was your first look
Okay.
at Death Sprint 66, a PvP arcade racer coming in 2024.
Now, before you all death sprint to your Steam wish lists, let me save you some time. We have our very own Spring Showcase Steam page, which you can find by searching Future Game Show on Steam.
This is where you can find and wishlist every game featured in the show. And after the show, you can head to the FGS YouTube channel where you'll be able to rewatch all the juicy trailers and see what bonus content our editorial team has been cooking up.
Plus, there'll be plenty of articles to read about the games we've covered on gamesradar.com.
Okay, I think it's about time we gave the good people what they want.
Me with no clothes on again.
No, not that.
Me with more clothes on.
That makes no sense. Next up, we've got a brand new trailer for a game that's already had hundreds of thousands of you smashing that wish list button. This is Zoocosis.
Whoa.
Now you are a zookeeper. The job is not difficult. You have nothing to worry about.
Talk about a graveyard shift. Stop a malicious parasite from infecting the animal kingdom in Zoocosis, which is coming to PC later in 2024.
What's up, Sean?
Now, we've got a game that has the fingerprints of its developers all over it.
Because everything is made from clay.
Ben, I swear to Bahamut. Here's an exciting update on Harold Halibut.
Darling Arna. When the ship crashed, I half wondered if life as we knew it would collapse in on itself as well. It seemed like the pressure of the ocean surrounding us was pressing through the ship's hull, and I wondered how any of us, would find a new way to keep going on.
There aren't many people I can talk to without feeling inferior.
Oh, thanks.
No, I didn't mean like that. You're not a Jimmy Judger, you know? You seem to just accept.
I try. It could be worse. But there must be more. More to life?
Art style on this
Is
is
that
great.
Dr. Computer? Dr. Computer? This opens a whole box of questions.
Like claymation, you know?
Actually, I did kind of make a mistake.
We all make them, Harold.
Ah! Who? What? So,
We're sorry to put the burden on you, Harold, but you're the next best man for the job.
yes! I mean, yes.
This looks trippy as fuck. Harold Halibut. Okay, coming to all platforms.
Finally, players
Besides-
can dive into the stop-motion world of Harold Halibut on PC,
I've heard of
PlayStation, and
this
Xbox on April
before, I
16th.
think.
Let's keep this party going with a developer diary from the team behind Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn.
Ah, Flintlock. Here we go. This is Game Pass Day 1, everybody.
I'm Matthew Wood. I'm animation director on Flintlock. Flintlock is a Souls-like RPG where you play as Nor with your companion Enki, a little fox character, taking on great gods. Building on from Ashen, we've tried to go more Souls-light, so we do that by increasing the mobility options and increasing the pace of combat. We're trying to make things more dynamic and hopefully make it more accessible to new players to the Souls genre as well as players from action RPGs. The combat in Flintlock is all rhythm-based, which from an animation side means you need to be able to feel the rhythm through the animation. So every 9 frames is like a beat. So being able to make sure that the player can understand when the next attack's going to come and react accordingly. I think my favourite animation for Nor is just like her basic moveset, combining her axe attacks with her gun attacks, and then also mixing that in with strafing, with rifles. Some of the traversal options in-game would be like jumping, double jumping, dodging, air dodging, sliding down hills, inky rift traveling, and being able to like chain between those.
Okay.
Once you get an enemy down to enough health in a fight, then you can execute a glory kill, either axe or pistol. It's good to animate the glory kills. They're usually the more like complicated choreographed moves, and the ones where you get to take control of the camera to really control the framing of the action as well.
Assassination.
As well at times. We definitely wanted Enki to feel like he was a companion alongside you as you navigate the world, doing all of your jumping and your sliding. So trying to keep him in frame to slide alongside you or jump alongside you.
Love a little combat companion. I bet they'd be best mates with Torgal. Flintlock is coming to PlayStation, Xbox, and PC in summer 2024. Sam, I have 2 questions for you. Why have you left me? I'm lonely. And what's up next?
No comment. And next up, we have a Souls-like that casts you as a masked warrior in a world trapped in an eternal play. Here's a closer look at gameplay from Enotria, the last song.
Enotria.
An eternity it spent, playing out in the tortured halls of my mind. Mentors, friends, and lover alike turn against
Anything
you.
with Souls elements, steel,
Whatever
you're all
end
over.
we meet, it has been a delight to compose the song of change together.
wanted to do like a river dance.
Ah, the swirling maelstrom of creation. Magnificent.
Gandalf.
Is it not?
Enotria, the last song.
Enotria: The Last Song is
Interesting
coming to
music.
PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC via Epic Game Store on August 21st, 2024.
The Constructors is up next, a city builder where you design the neighborhood of your dreams. Let's take a look.
The Constructors. Make a blueprint. It's interesting. This is fucking good music, man. What am I supposed to do?
Dust off your hard hats, because The Constructors is coming to PC in Q2 2024.
Let's go.
Okay, let's
Pretty
down
cool.
tools and hand things over to the developers of Tenebris Somnia, an 8-bit survival horror game with live-action cutscenes. Pillows at the ready.
My name is Andres Borghi, and I'm a film director from Argentina. I'm also a game developer. The game I'm working on right now, it's called Tenebris Somnia. It's an old-fashioned survival horror game like Resident Evil or Silent Hill or Fatal Frame. But the catch is that in certain moments you have a cutscene, and the cutscene is suddenly a live action. The original idea for the game came while playing the independent horror game Faith by Airdorf. And I said, okay, let's do like a Nintendo game and a movie. In every horror movie, every horror game, when you see the monster is a bald guy or girl,
This actually
big
looks
teeth,
pretty cool.
I mean white eyes or black eyes, naked, very thin, very tall. It's always the same. It got to be a cliche. So we have to really think how to make things different and unique. So what you are seeing right now is the behind the scenes of the filming of the live action segments. When you make real film, you make the whole thing. You have the beginning, the middle, and the end. But here it's like you're filming small parts of the story, separated. And the thing that glues them together is the game, the gameplay. I really have to be sure of what I'm making, because I'm kinda the only one that really understands what's going on in the shooting. When you're playing the game and you see everything in pixels, you don't really see her face, for example. And suddenly you see the actress in like real close-up. It makes you want more. At the end of the thing, it's a love story. Anyone can understand. There's magic, there's monsters, but the important thing is that you understand the love story, and anyone can understand a love story. For the moment, we only have a playable demo, which is on Steam. Tenebris Somnia will be out on Steam sometime around 2025. You can follow us on Twitter to see some updates of the game.
Yeah. I'm going to head back over to be by your side for no reason whatsoever.
Thank you, Cybot Studios, for reuniting us. And for that spine-chilling glimpse of Tenebris Somnia, which is coming to PC in 2025. But if you can't wait that long, a playable demo is available right now.
If you've been keeping up with all things Future Games Show on social media, you'll know this broadcast is currently streaming live at PAX East in the Albatross Theatre as part of the official schedule.
If you're there in person, hello. If you're not there in person, ignore what I just said.
Which was...
Exactly. You might even see us wandering around the halls or standing behind your back.
Hiding under your chair.
Playing with your hair.
Longing for the unbridled thrill of human contact for the first time in years.
Finally being loved.
Metatextuality aside, this next video will give you the lowdown on what's happening at PAX East over the coming days.
Throne of Bone.
PAX East is taking place as we speak and runs until March the 24th. If you aren't there yourself, check out twitch.tv/PAX to keep up to date on all the show-related news.
Back to it now, and we've got a new trailer for Dustborn, a road trip adventure game where you chart the divided states of America.
Nearly 4,000 miles on roads less traveled to a place we've never heard of in service of a shadowy employer.
Welcome to Betty's Diner. I'm pretending we're on a weekend road trip. I'm not on the run.
Normal procedure. Let's not give them a reason to detain us.
Home run!
Be gone.
Do your friends even know what you do? Using your Vox? I'm not going anywhere.
Stop it. Stand down, officers. Oh, come on. Look at the fun we're having together. Hold the bus up.
We walk among. Not dragging us into this would have been helpful. Right behind you.
But if we keep fighting, we won't make it through the Republic.
Yeah, pretty good.
Promise me, you'll look after each other.
Coming to
Here's some more
PlayStation,
powerful
Xbox,
words for you.
PC.
Dustborn is coming to PlayStation, Xbox and PC later this year. And we've got more to share about Dustborn in the official
year.
Future
Nice.
Games Show post-show. So make sure you stick around.
Sam, come with me. How do you feel about cocoons?
Cocoon?
Yeah, you know, a safe, quiet place to be nurtured. Synonymous with butterflies and the film from 1985. Well, our next game is a cosmic horror Metroidvania.
Wait, what's happening?
You'll see.
World premiere.
Product not yet rated.
This is a Metroidvania. Almost kind of looks like Hollow Knight. Void Rot. PC. And Switch. Okay. Alright. I'll play that on Switch.
Void Rot is coming to PC and Nintendo Switch in 2024. Make sure it's on your wish lists.
You know, Sam, we deserve a pat on the back. We've stayed on track so far. Full steam ahead, if you know what I mean.
You're right. Though I think the writers may have over-engineered the lead into our next game, don't you think?
Just a bit.
Unrailed?
Choose your destiny.
Choo choo,
In Unreal
motherfuckers,
2,
let's go.
Back on track. Wishlist it now as it's coming to Steam Early Access later this year.
Okay, who wants a release date trailer? All of you? Yes. Even you, Colin from Gateshead. Well, there's good news because we've got a good one for an open world survival crafting game.
Omega Crafter.
That's right, only a week to go. Omega Crafter is coming to Steam Early Access on March 28th.
Up next is Ascendant Infinity, a squad-based FPS where players duke it out and extract resources while fending off murderous snails, amongst other things. Bring some salt.
Just in time for a beatdown. That's what I'm talking about.
I could do this shit all day.
Bingo! Step on that!
How's the dirt taste, bitch?
Bullseye, motherfuckers! Please tell me we're keeping score.
Ascendant Infinity is coming to PC, and you can find out how to sign up for the beta by heading to www.ascendant.com.
10 out your pockets, Ben.
No, not again. I don't have anything. So I don't have. Okay, fine. You can have one thing, and that one thing will be my phone.
Thank you. Later this year, the Future Games Show will be delivering a showcase focused on mobile games. So to give you a taste of what's to come, here's a world premiere.
Oh, it was a bit about mobile games. So am I gonna get that back, or am I just?
That's mobile stuff. Skydance. Amy Hennigs.
It's a gift.
You gave it to me. Stop it. Foundation Galactic Frontier. Foundation Galactic Frontier is launching first on iOS and Android, and you can look out for more info about it and our mobile showcase in the coming months.
Okay, as we all know by now, the Future Game Show has always celebrated the most exciting upcoming games. And from 2024, we're starting a Future Game Show Ones to Watch yearbook to keep track of what we're most excited about.
These games are handpicked by the Future Game Show team and represent what they believe will be the talk of the town come award season. And of course, no yearbook is complete without hyper-specific awards. For example, most likely to win the hearts of the nation while being extremely handsome, that would be me.
Yeah, or most likely to pick up a short king and throw them over their shoulder.
Also me, with prep time.
Yeah, I think they get the picture. So please join us in celebrating our first entry into this prestigious album, a psychological sequel with eye-popping graphics to boot.
Here we go. Hellblade 2. What? Wow.
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 enters our Future Game Show Ones to Watch 2024 yearbook a whopping 7 years since the launch of Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. A story-driven action-adventure game from Cambridge developers Ninja Theory, Hellblade is memorable for its myth-infused world and unique approach to psychological horror. Protagonist Senua suffers from psychosis, represented by a cacophony of binaural voices commenting on her every move. Auditory hallucinations known in-game as the Furies.
Can you smell their fear?
He's here. Death is coming.
Look at the bones.
Death is coming.
Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone.
Following its electrifying debut at the Game Awards in 2019, which involved plenty of hauntingly animated chanting, Hellblade 2 quickly shot to the top of our Ones to Watch list here at the Future Game Show. Senua seems to have found herself in command of an army of warriors in the sequel and is planning to bring the fight back to the Vikings who raided her village and killed her lover. The Furies also haunt Senua in the second game, taunting Senua about looming death and the fate of those around her as she strives to rebel against tyranny in 10th century Iceland. As well as thrilling set pieces full of nervous exploration and close shaves, Hellblade 2 features an expanded combat system. We've seen Senua with a sword in hand, dealing savage finishes, blocking brutal strikes, and dodging supernatural streams of flames. Climbing and caving through difficult environments also play a part in the experience, augmented by eye-popping Unreal Engine 5 visuals. Fortunately for all of us, we won't have to wait too long to lose ourselves to this extremely exciting narrative. Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 is set to launch on May 21st, 2024, and is coming to Xbox Series X and PC.
What, there's no PlayStation port?
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 is coming to Xbox and PC on May 21st, 2024. It's the first game to enter our fancy little yearbook, with more to come later on in the show.
Was that like the best Hellblade
Let's
trailer
switch
we've
gears
seen
now
so
and
far?
check in with our friends at ES Digital
So
Games,
that's a future
who have
game
not
show?
1 or 2, but 3 upcoming games to show you.
It's weird. Sky of Tide?
Rin Delora, the whole syndicate is looking for you, and I found you first.
Your father instructed me to play this message for you. Do you want to hear it?
A message from Dad? I can't believe you knew him. I was hoping you would know where he went.
I don't. We all used to call him Stormwalker.
Where is Rin Delora now?
Kill the rebel girl and bring Rin Delora directly to me.
You
was supposed to be a routine mission. But something went terribly wrong. This is not the end. I will get to the truth. No matter what.
Awaken Astral Blade. Why did I write Sky
From far off and in close range, the alchemist battles the strange. Juice, Alchemist.
Thank you to ES Digital for the update on Awaken Astral Blade, Sky of Tides, and Battlejuice Alchemist. Go get them on your wish lists.
No Rest for the Wicked is the next game from Ori developers Moon Studios.
Yes.
So let's throw it over to the team to see what we can expect from this genre-bending action RPG when it enters early access in April.
Gorgeous, man. Early access in April. That's not far away.
Hey, I'm Thomas Mahler. I'm the creative director at Moon Studios.
Hey, I'm Gennady, and I'm a production and technical director, and both of us are the founders of Moon.
We are working on a new project which is called No Rest for the Wicked. It's basically just my dream project, right? It's the action RPG that I always wanted to play and wanted to play for 20 years now. We're trying to create one of the best combat systems on the market. We also want to completely change how exploration is done, right? That you're not just walking around on a randomly generated flat plane. Combine that with the multiplayer aspect, combine that with all these quote-unquote social elements of like building the town and housing and farming and all of those things. It's the kind of game that I always wanted to see somebody making, but because they didn't make it, we are making it now.
What you should do, man. Make what you want to make.
The big thing for us to tell people is that the more you would look into No Rest for the Wicked, the more you would understand that what we're trying to do is kind of create our own mix. So we will look at any particular genre and we would take the elements from this genre that we are excited about. We put it all together into one game and then we iterate on it. So we might take, combat inspirations from the Souls series, Monster Hunter, animation commit-driven combat, but also fighting games, things that have combos, things that have special moves, and we try to make it and tune it in our own way. Then we look at things like exploration, interconnected, multifaceted, dense level design that encourages retraversal and discovering the world. So it's really not one game in particular we're trying to necessarily follow. We're just inspired by all of these different elements from all of these different games. We put it together and try to grow it and make it into the most perfect version it can be. No Rest for the Wicked is coming to early access on Steam on April 18th.
April 8th.
That was the latest on No Rest for the Wicked, which will be available via Steam Early Access on April 18th and is coming to PlayStation and Xbox. And we've got even more exclusive details about that one in the post-show.
Definitely stick around for that. Okay, up next is a new trailer for Holston, a psychological shooter where you swap seamlessly between a top-down and third-person perspective.
Przez las? Nie ma mowy. Masz pan chociaż jakąś furę albo coś? Ubojnie to tam był bieg. Czego tu się tak wtedy ubojnie? doszli.
I'm into everything. Games are getting so
Holston
trippy,
is coming
man.
to PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, and PC when it's ready.
We've got your first look at EV2 next, a futuristic shooter where you battle against otherworldly creatures in souped-up mech suits.
Sounds like a Steel Rain game.
Among the ruins of a shattered Earth, humanity rallies against an overwhelming invader, waging a war for survival.
Okay.
Using powerful suits, humanity suddenly stands a chance against a mighty foe. Gear up. Battle to win. Earn great rewards and save humanity.
What the fuck is this? This looks crazy, man.
Forge alliances and fight for glory. Join the fight now.
What, EV2?
EV2 is coming to PC in early 2025.
Huddle up, fellow RPG fans. Now, I understand the long-awaited sequel to Dragon's Dogma is coming out in a matter of hours, and the excitement levels are off the charts.
Not to make the 12-year wait any more excruciating, but our friends at Capcom have sent us a fiery trailer to prepare you for launch.
In a realm of fantasy and fate, you've existed before. As a chosen hero bestowed with immense power, a nefarious wielder of great magic, a conqueror of monsters.
Capcom's been on fire.
Now is the time to take your place among the worthy. Forge bonds. Gather allies. Fulfill your destiny. Go forth, Arisen. Follow thy heart to seek the truth.
By the flames. That was the launch trailer for Dragon's Dogma 2, which is out tomorrow, March 22nd on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox.
We've got something really special for you now. Our next trailer will be accompanied by a musical performance.
Ooh, Clive and Karlak do karaoke. I was thinking we could do Eternal Flame this time.
That sounds great. Oh, the producers are shaking their heads. They'll regret this at the rap party. Anyway, instead, we're throwing it over to LA for a special performance of Home to Home from the Haunty soundtrack.
Oh, and look out for a release date announcement as well.
We'll go into eighth note clicks at 41, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and...
There was once a name that would call to me. The sound darkening lights from the edges of the canopy. We all collide.
Haunty Game Pass, you called it.
Thank you
called
to
it, Ray.
everyone involved with that beautiful performance. Haunty is coming to PC, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox on May 23rd, 2024. And you can watch the full reveal trailer on the FGS YouTube channel.
Our
That's
next
my
game
sister's
follows
birthday.
a fiend called Beelzebub as they try to survive in a desert world ravaged by water shortage. Let's check out a brand new gameplay trailer for Sandland.
Sandland. Remember when everybody
Peggy
was so
12.
hyped about them mentioning Unreal Engine 5, and then they showed the game, they were like, oh. But hey, this game looks great. And also Akira Toriyama, rest in peace.
In both the bright light of day and the long dark of night, I pledge to devote my entire being to and do all in my power for this great nation of Forestland and you, its people.
They're the Forestland Army.
The Forestland Army is really something else.
Starting off as the underdogs? Sounds like my kind of fight. Just you wait,
They're looking really
Forestland
good.
Army.
I'm gonna need you to hand over that aquanium to me.
General Krella.
Right is relative, after all. One person's right is another person's wrong.
Demons are no match for the illustrious Rosetta Brigade.
Listen, Rosetta! We can resolve this if you'll just talk to us!
Keep your naive ideals in your diary.
Aquanium!
Indeed it is! With this, our army will control the entire world!
For the sake of those lives lost, for our great patriots, I must lead you back to the path of righteousness by ridding this world of demons!
What? He's a match for the prince?
Fiend Prince, why do you lend these humans your strength?
Forget about me! Keep the aquanium safe!
I don't go by Shiva anymore, though.
Now, foul fiend! Better start begging before I run out of patience!
He's not human. Muniel is an angel.
April 26th. Demo playable now.
Okay.
Sorry, that trailer was in 4D. Sandland is coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox on April 26th, 2024.
This next trailer is for Space Prison, a game where you break out of a galactic complex by crafting contraband, brawling inmates, and raising an army of mutant rodents.
Join a gang. Right. Don't break. Space Prison, 10th of April, 2024.
Are you ready to be king of the rats? You better be, because Space Prison is coming to PC on April the 10th, 2024.
Now it's time to reopen the Future Game Show Ones to Watch yearbook and hand out one of our prestigious badges.
Our next entry is an open-world smuggler's tale that will have you infiltrating wretched hives of scum and villainy.
Yeah, here we go. Star Wars Outlaws showing up here too. Fuck. This show's kind of fun.
From a galaxy far, far away, Star Wars Outlaws speeds its way into the pages of our Future Game Show Ones to Watch yearbook.
Let's jump!
Outlaws is a third-person scoundrel simulator from Open World Maestro's Massive Entertainment, known for spearheading Tom Clancy's The Division and last year's Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora.
So good. Ubisoft's got something.
I think that went pretty well, right?
In the sacred timeline, Star Wars Outlaws sits between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and stars enterprising outlaw Kay Vess. Boasting an adorable alien companion, a droid bodyguard in a trench coat, and a customizable speeder bike, Vess sets out to become a household name in the underworld by planning heists and schmoozing with syndicates. So yes, you can expect a few uncomfortable audiences with Jabba the Hutt.
Not the first time we've outrun the Empire.
As well as engaging in gun and gadget-fueled infiltration combat, which inevitably leads to high-speed escapes. You'll dogfight in your ship, the Trailblazer, and explore the galaxy's cities, deserts, and hives. From Tatooine to Kijimi and the planets between, you'll score credits, smuggle goods, and make difficult choices to manage Kay's growing reputation. And her wanted level. Outlaws is coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X sometime in 2024. But crucially, that means there's still time for you to draw up plans for how you'll play the galaxy's most notorious criminals off each other for your own selfish gain.
But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
We are delighted to welcome Star Wars Outlaws into our Once to Watch yearbook, and we'll be bringing you more coverage on the Future Game Show YouTube channel as we move closer to the release date later this year. What's next, Ben? Ben?
Oh no. Not this again.
Leave him alone. How dare you bully him? Only I get to bully him. Are we clear? There we go. Blockbuster Inc. lets you go behind the scenes and run your own movie studio, picking stars and setting scenes in a bid to sweep up the awards. I'm clearly going to be great at this one.
Thank you, Samantha.
You're welcome.
I didn't punch him. I really did not.
From the worst cinematic nightmares.
Oh, hi, Tom.
Hi.
To an unforgettable, masterful cinematography.
Again, Barbie?
Please.
Blockbuster Inc.
Blockbuster
Game
Inc.
where you make your dream movies come true. Create your own sets. Ooh, fancy. Make your dream movies. Even if they are a bit weird.
Action!
Win prestigious awards in grand ceremonies. Nurture your movie stars. Navigate through the history of cinematography.
Tucci.
Blockbuster Inc. Coming soon.
Blockbuster Inc. is coming to PC on June the 6th, 2024.
Yeah, the interface looks
Switching
so
gears,
Sims-like.
the developers of tropical sandbox adventure Chia are here to reveal some exciting news about the future of the game.
Chia. Coming to Switch this summer. Cool.
That's right. Chia launches today on Steam and is coming to Nintendo Switch this summer. And that's not all. Existing players on PlayStation and Epic Games Store can check out the major game update too.
We've got a closer look at Rumble Club now, a clumsy combat game that's a complete clobberfest. Try saying that 10 times.
Kinship, brotherhood. Throughout time and antiquity, the building blocks of society have been based on democracy, debate and compromise through peaceful deliberation. But sometimes there is no more powerful way to make a point
than a punch to the face! In Rumble Club, there's no problem! A punch and solve! Don't fall! Don't stumble! Rumble! Wish list now! Rumble Club! Yeah.
You know what we're doing.
Do it.
Just land on Tectone and get him out.
Whatever that was.
No! Time to die, Emmy.
No!
Oh, it's a screamer from the... Yeah.
Oh!
I'm
alive!
Look at this.
Help! Help!
Getting ping-ponged. Tectone, please!
Let's go, baby!
Rumble Club is coming to PC and mobile this April.
Our next game has musical contributions from none other than Rick Astley.
And we promise this isn't some elaborate bit. We wouldn't want to let you down like that.
Yeah, we'd never tell a lie and hurt you.
Mom!
Oh, what is it?
Are you sure we can't go back to our old house?
You'll soon get used to it. Think of it as an adventure.
And who might you be?
I'm Simon. Don't you remember me?
Look here. This
Never
is a
gonna give
prequel.
you up.
So what do you think I should do?
The little miscreants have the nerve to steal from me. I demand to know who we're dealing with.
Come on, Simon. Get the magic books. Defeat the big evil wizard. Save the magic worlds. Easy, right?
Simon
the Sorcerer Origins is coming to PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, PC, Apple, and Linux in 2024. So point and click it into your wish lists. Now, we know you love a good
teaser.
This again. Look, Ben, I know you were in a game with an active battle system, but this is a strictly turn-based production.
Noted. I'll follow the initiative from now on. I'm just giddy about the next world premiere, which is a collaboration between two incredible forces of nature, kind of like us, Sam.
Come on, what is this, guys?
Right?
Come on.
Right?
Do you know what I mean?
It's a good gag. It's a funny joke. Why won't anyone laugh? Where did the laughter go? Why do we not laugh anymore?
Project Mango. Yeah. Literally didn't tell us anything.
Project Mango is a collaboration between Tucana Interactive, developers of Dorf Romantic, and YouTube animation maestros Kurzgesagt in a nutshell. It's coming to Steam in 2025.
Up next, we've got the latest update on Outpost Infinity Siege, a first-person shooter with base building and tower defense elements.
Okay.
It's over. Forget our old doomsday scenarios. In the end, our pride and avarice was to be our
Lightning
downfall.
games.
And yet, when evil reigns supreme, heroes rise up in defiance. They are the glimmer of hope within the encroaching darkness.
Outpost core link established. Commencing synchronization. 20%. 50%. 100%. Fire.
Game looks pretty fucking crazy.
Let our death become the embers that ignite the fires of hope.
Okay. March 26th on Steam.
Outpost Infinity Siege is officially coming to Steam on March 26th.
We're taking a trip to the Scottish Highlands now to hear the latest on Farewell North, an atmospheric puzzle adventure starring a border collie and its owner.
Okay, Chesley. I think it's time.
My heart's in the Highlands. My heart is naughty.
Shout out to the park. Yeah, future game show, they always do this voice actor host thing, and sometimes it comes across better than other times. This time, not so much. Farewell North, Xbox and Switch, and
thank you for your help, Kaylee. Oh, aye, and Mr. Chesley, of course.
Pack your hiking gear because we're pleased to announce that Farewell North is coming to PC, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox on August 15th.
Our next game will have you praying to the gods for help as you take on hordes of Draugr in PvE combat.
My name is Mark Jacobs. I am the CEO / Chief Creative at now Unchained Entertainment. We're currently working on 3 things: Final Stand Ragnarok, Camelot Unchained, and the Unchained Engine, which powers the games that we're making now, the games we're going to make in the future, and also, of course, the name change. It's been a while for us to get where we are. But the key thing for us is we never gave up. And now we're at the point where not only is FSR ready to launch, but our engine can do things that no one else that we've seen so far is able to do. And what we wanted to do was large-scale battles, 500 or more people, 30 frames a second.
My name is Michelle Davies. I'm art director at Unchained Entertainment, currently working on Final Stand Ragnarok. The really cool part about it and where its core is, it allows for many more entities than you see in other engines to give you that Helm's Deep. Final Stand Ragnarok, it is the few versus hordes, thousands of enemies.
FSR is a hack and slash, Buddha slasher It is meant to be fun and silly and snarky at times. You know, this is a game that doesn't try to take itself too seriously. We're also going to have what we're calling First Look Fridays, where we're going to offer players a sneak peek at things like new scenarios, new champions, modified scenarios. Hey, maybe we'll make this a little harder, or maybe instead of 1,000, NPCs coming in a wave, we're going to make 500, make them a lot more powerful. We're going to try different things with them. No matter how well you thought things out, the players are going to have much more interesting things to say once they've played it. We want to see what they like, what they don't like. And the way FSR has been built, it is so easy for us to make changes, in a scenario. Being able to do that real time with real players gives us such an edge in iteration. And certainly the scale is always going to be, our strongest suit.
If you would like to experience what it feels like to be in that moment, the middle of Helm's Deep fighting the onslaught, you're really going to like Final Stand Ragnarok.
The goal right now is to launch on Steam in March, PC of course, and then over the remainder of the year, we're going to be working to get it at least on one of the consoles and launch fairly quickly after that.
The way the guy talks about the game is like he's like, yeah.
Final Stand Ragnarok will launch on PC this month with console versions to come in the near future.
It's time for the Ones to Play montage, which is where we cover a series of awesome games that will be available to play right after the show.
Just head to the Future Game Show Steam page, where you'll find all the featured demos of every game in today's
The key
broadcast.
is we never
May
gave
your
up.
wish lists runneth over.
We didn't give up.
First up is New Star GP, a rip-roaring retro racer with arcade sensibilities.
And this is Realm of Ink, a mythological action roguelike where you call on the power of adorable ink pets.
And here's Go-Go Town, cartoon. Thanks to everyone who worked with us to provide a free demo for the Ones to Play section. And speaking of free games, why not take a look up here? If you're one of the people lucky enough to claim one of these, then you just got yourself access to a time-limited playtest of Go-Go Town. So get Go-Go going.
And I suspect they're all gone now. So, here's a gameplay trailer for Terratech Worlds, a multiplayer survival builder perfect for fans of Valheim and Satisfactory.
Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. Terratech Worlds. Wishlist now.
Rev your engines, because Terratech Worlds is coming to Steam Early Access on the 22nd of March, which is tomorrow.
Time to slip on your dancing shoes now, as we've got a psychedelic rhythm shooter where you empty your clip to the beat.
1, 2, 3, boom! Target acquired. Target's location. Working on. Wow, so many choices. It can't be this easy. It wasn't this easy.
Promo Beat.
I love a good remix. Robo Beat is coming to Steam and Epic Games Store on May 16th, 2024. So shoot it onto your wish lists. Also, a demo is available right now, so you can dive in after the show.
Now, if you fancy yourself something of a contemporary Sherlock, this next game's for you. The operator has you analysing evidence to solve impossible, sometimes improbable cases from behind a computer screen.
Welcome to the FDI, Mr. Tanner. As our newest operator, your role is to support our agents in the field. Using cutting-edge software, investigate mysterious crimes, dig for clues, uncover the truth. Good luck.
The operator. I kind of like shit like that, honestly.
The truth is out there. You just have to know where to look. The Operator is coming to PC in May 2024. Okay, it's time to jump into our Ones to Watch yearbook for the last time in the Spring Showcase. And this entry comes with a special treat. But just before we get into it, a little scare warning for those afraid of vicious storms, uncertain circumstances, infestations of otherworldly horrors that slowly seek to destroy you and everything you hold dear, and the North Sea.
Emerging from sinister depths, the Chinese Room's first-person psychological horror game Still Wakes the Deep has found a home in the future game show Ones to Watch yearbook. From the narrative magicians behind Everyone's Gone to the Rapture and Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, Still Wakes the Deep is a rich tome of terror that seeks to push your panic buttons. Players step into the steel-toed shoes of an oil rig worker who must evade shrieking stalkers and look for answers in the isolating, labyrinthine halls of a 1970s drilling platform stranded in the North Sea. And to sate the appetites of our scare-hungry viewers, we've been working with the team to bring you a terrifying new trailer that will reveal when you can get your hands on it.
I still can't believe you went. What are you thinking? Going to that place? Wish you hadn't got yourself into this mess, but you did. You can't run forever. I know you were just trying to do right by me, so I need you to do what's right by us. Now, please, Kaz. I am so tired of fighting. I just want it to be over. I want you home. The girls want you home, but if you don't deal with this, then we are done for good. I love you, but I won't wait forever.
June 18th. Oh man, I just can't do horror games like I used to. Maybe this will be one that.
You heard it here first. Still Wakes the Deep is coming to PS5, Xbox, and PC on June 18th.
Let's look at Battle Crush now, a multiplayer action brawler where you fight like gods as the earth crumbles beneath your feet.
Battle Crush. Feel the rush. Battle Crush.
That was Battle Crush, and the second beta test begins today, March 21st, on Steam, Android, and iOS. It's hard to believe, but we've got yet another world premiere coming up next.
So soon after the last one. That's more unlikely than a marble in Rosaria.
World premiere. What we got?
To the architect, every idea starts with a single line, springing forth from our ambition and ending at the edges of our imagination. To them, an empty blueprint represents a world of possibilities. A world of dreams and doorways.
Puzzler. Blueprints. Was it Blueprints or
That was your first look at Blueprints, a strategic adventure game where you create the world you explore. It's coming soon to PC.
All right. Up next, we've got an Unreal Engine 5 Survivors-like set in a world plagued by cosmic horrors. Here's Hordes of Hunger.
There's like too many games I've never heard of before, all in one show. It's like impossible to remember everything that stood out. Hordes of Hunger.
Wish lists at the ready because Hordes of Hunger is coming to PC in 2024. Our next game is all about connecting blocks and controlling bots to climb the corporate ladder. Here's Linkito.
Like, there's no way I'm ever going to remember that exists.
Linkito invites you to connect on PC this summer. Hey, Sam, before we get on to the next trailer, I need to ask you something. Why does Karlak have a teddy bear called Clive?
Why does Ben have a teddy bear called Samantha?
I told you that in confidence. Okay, I'm gonna need some time.
Well, that's okay, as we've got another dazzling world premiere up next. Let's roll that while I go sort him out.
Peggy 18.
SimCity in hell? Kinda like living in the UK, right, Ben?
It's the worst. Worshippers of Cthulhu is worming its way onto PC in 2024. Our next game pairs Scottish folklore with a beautiful hand-drawn art style. Let's take a look at The Heirloom.
I know that the paranormal is real. Listen.
You can inherit the heirloom when it lands on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch later this year.
Right. Here's a new trailer for Spine, a cinematic gun-fu brawler where you take down an oppressive regime with the help of a talking backbone.
Guys, that's her! That bitch with the spine!
Hello there.
Holy shit! bro, she killed Tony!
Animation's pretty good.
Gonna kill you!
Inadequately optimistic.
Piece of cake.
It's starting to rain. Don't get your guns wet.
Justice Department, down on the ground, don't move!
Come at me, creep. Come on!
Don't damage your spine! That's an order!
Amateurs. Red line, get ready. We've got guests. Let's welcome them properly.
Spine will be spin-kicking its way onto PC, PlayStation, and Xbox in
Jane Wick.
2025.
Moving on to something a little more sinister, we've got the latest update on Indica, a psychological puzzle game where you play as a rogue nun.
I always wanted to play as a rogue nun.
God, please. Talk to me this one time. How did I go against you? Is it in my power to intervene in your design? Is this a part of your plan? Is this how it's supposed to be? He will be all right. Ilya will live. You can see I'm trying.
Introducing.
But he's always behind my shoulder.
The game. Indica. Why was there an Among Us rave in the middle of this trailer?
Befriending a demon.
Tiefling! Tiefling! How many times do I have to tell you? Ben, it's a tiefling! It's different from a demon!
Hasn't gone so badly for me. That was Indica, which is coming to PC in Q2 2024.
I hate to break it to you, Ben, but this next one is our last trailer. It is a super cool world premiere, though, which takes the sting out of saying goodbye.
I'm deeply sad about this, but somehow that feeling is being slowly usurped by the promise of a new video game to look at. Curious.
You want the truth, my liege?
Tales of Iron.
Peace is a fairy tale.
Oh, yes.
Something you tell young rats to stifle the nightmares. It's high time you woke up, for the nightmare is upon us. As war raged in the south, a terrible evil stirred in the north, endlessly clawing from one year to the next, until finally free, of its frost-bound imprisonment. You think you know suffering? You know nothing, my liege. Wings black as death, fangs sharp as steel, and a thirst for vengeance that will not sate. There's a time for heroes. That time is over. The kingdom needs a warrior. Forged of the north, and as cold as the snow that shrouds these lands. A rat. Carved from iron. Bred for battle. And unleashed in war. And so, a new tale begins. Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter. Wishlist now.
That was your first peek at Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter, which is coming to PC, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch in 2024.
But with that, we will have to bid you all adieu. Sam, I can feel you laughing and smiling uncomfortably. Why?
Nothing, it's just, well, it's not nothing actually. It's not the end of the show, because we have another trailer. It's like a one more thing, you know? All the big showcases do it, apparently.
Right. And you just kept this to yourself the whole time. You know, we've been emailing about this, and we've been like rehearsing it, and I feel like I'm an idiot.
I know, and best of all, it's another world premiere. Gotcha.
No, not gotcha, Sam. You've embarrassed me.
Gotcha.
No, Sam. Gotcha. Not gotcha.
Gotcha.
Not gotcha.
Gotcha.
Don't go, gotcha.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha.
All right, what is it?
Hey, are you receiving me? Laura, do you read me?
Remember Industria 1, personally.
That was Industria 2, which is coming soon to PC, so make sure it's on your wish lists. And no more funny business. That really was our final trailer of the show.
For real this time. It's been an absolute pleasure, Sam.
Likewise, Ben. But before we make good on our karaoke promise, we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in wherever you are. We'd also like to shout out the people behind the scenes who've made this spring showcase a reality, and our partners over at PAX.
Remember to head over to the dedicated Future Game Show Steam page to add the games we've covered to your wish lists.
Finally, just before we go, we'd like to take a moment to recognise what a difficult period it has been and continues to be in the games industry, with countless layoffs and a growing fog of uncertainty, somehow coupled with headline news about huge profits.
We simply couldn't have a show like this full of awesome trailers and demos and presentations without the hard-working people who turn such inspired ideas ideas into reality.
The makers of this show, and both Ben and I, we want to acknowledge just how difficult it's become to work and feel supported in this industry.
So for everyone out there weathering this storm, regardless of what you do, we just want to say that we see you, we're thinking of you, and we truly hope that things are going to get better.
So please support your favourite games and the people who make them in whatever way you can.
I'm Ben Starr.
And I'm Samantha Bayard.
And this has been the Future Game Show Spring Showcase 2024. But, hold on a minute. Don't touch that dial. Whilst we're leaving you for pastures new, the Future Game Show expansion pack is up next, which features developer interviews and even more world
Hello everybody and welcome to the Future Game Show expansion pack. Thank you very much to Sam and Ben for passing the torch so graciously and for absolutely smashing it as hosts. I'm Jules from the Future Game Show YouTube channel and I'm joined by my fellow FGS host Nathan and supremely pure and awesome content creators Koji and Harry, who I'm also legally contracted to say are beautiful people as well.
Hello, I am Koji, the supremely pure content creator. I'm a variety streamer and content creator. A lot of horror lately.
Okay,
Really
all right. I'm just going to kind of mute this and let it kind of play. All right, so first off, as I said before we got started, I know there's a lot more people here than when we originally started. This is going to be a special kind of show because we're gonna roll right into PM and the PM when Pong gets here. So he's on his way, and whenever he gets here, we're gonna go live for PM and the PM, and this is gonna be all one big stream. And thank you all for watching the Future Game Showcase here with us. You guys absolutely rock, and appreciate each and every one of you for being here. So today is a big day for games because Dragon's Dogma 2 is coming out tonight. And this is going to kind of work out because we're going to have an earlier PM in the PM, and then we'll be able to play Dragon's Dogma 2 actually when it launches in a few hours. So that's going to be pretty awesome. Future Game Showcase, or Spring Future Game Showcase, whatever you want to call it, was pretty good. I feel like there was a lot of filler. A lot of smaller games that I am going to completely forget. I wrote down every game on my notes here, but even looking at the names in front of me right now, I don't remember half of them, at least. So, but there was some cool highlights in here. I feel like they did that like ones to watch kind of thing in order to have a few bigger games here, but like not actually get content for them. They just kind of like took the trailers that existed for those games and kind of mashed them up into one big kind of new trailer telling about the game. But I like how they did it because they actually were really informative about what the games were, and they showed a lot of good clips from all the former trailers and stuff. So I actually appreciated that. And then in Still Wakes the Deep, they actually did get a new trailer from the developers for that as well. But I thought Hellblade 2, what they put together for Hellblade 2, was actually really cool, and kind of described and showed the game in a better way than even Ninja Theory or Microsoft has to this point. And it was kind of weird to see at a Future Game Show just what they did with even with the voiceover talking about the game and stuff. It came across as really good, like showpiece for Hellblade 2. I actually really liked what they showed there. They had another new trailer for Dragon's Dogma 2, which is everybody's in hype mode about that right now. The reviews are absolutely really positive for it. Capcom, like I said earlier, is just kind of killing it right now. They release games that are full, complete, for the most part, polished. I think Dragon's Dogma 2 is kind of like a beast of a game, right? But Capcom's just doing like amazing things. They showed Star Wars Outlaws in one of those games to watch things, and they kind of did the same thing, mashing up the trailers to kind of be informative about it. I like what I saw from that as well. That Still Wakes the Deep, they showed that as one of the ones to watch things. Also, it's horror genre. It looks great, but not necessarily for me. And they showed a new trailer for that as well. Standouts, it's like so like all over the place. There was one game I remember, it was Tenebris Somnia. It was like this 8-bit retro like NES looking like horror game that had like live action cutscenes. And that looked trippy. And like if I do play something horror, like it might be something like that because it's just kind of really different and a traditional survival horror mixed with interesting cutscenes that you get to watch. And like it looked pretty crazy and over the top there. So I might be interested in that one. I'm trying to go through everything that they had. They had that weird like horror zoo game, Zoocosis. Like it had the like freaky giraffes that were acting all crazy. Yeah, it's not really for me, but it looked really interesting. I don't know if you remember, you guys saw that one. Fuck, man, there's just so many like random games. Void Rot, that was a Metroidvania style game that looked really good. If I remember right in my head, I think that one was one that kind of looked like Hollow Knight in a way with the art style and stuff. Let's see, they had this like there was a lot of games. Outpost Infinity Siege. That looked sick. That looked absolutely sick. And that was one that is like a twist of genres. It was like tower defense slash RTS slash base building slash first person shooter slash all this craziness. And it's launching soon, I think, on PC. So that one was pretty interesting. They ended it with Industria 2. The trailer looked good. It looked like really good graphics, good atmosphere. I don't remember the first one, so I can't tell you much about it. But overall, it looked pretty cool. There was a game they showed towards the end called Spine that had really good looking combat in it as far as like the animations. It looked really fluid and impactful with that, so that looked really good. Man, let's see. There was one where the guy talking kind of like really just he should never talk about his game. I think he didn't do it any justice, man. Like it's like you gotta like kind of know how to talk to get people excited for something that you're trying to promote and market. And this guy was just not in. That was that Final Stand Ragnarok. You know, well, we're doing different things here than anybody else has ever done before. And what that is we're shooting for 30 frames. Like what? Like what? Like this is okay. That's cool. You say 500 players on screen. Yeah, that's cool, right? But like, don't ever say you're shooting for 30 frames. You know, like that's just I don't know. All right. Then you had Sandland was here. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. That game looked actually really good. Again, I think it had a pretty decent showing at this. They had like a mixed bag of things here. There was one game that was shout out to Ray Oid in the chat had called it, saying that this game looks like this is going to be Game Pass, and it was a Haunty game. It was the one where they had the guy singing as like a music video kind of thing. Really trippy trailer. And yeah, that one's coming to Game Pass day one. They showed Flintlock as well. They didn't mention Game Pass on that, but we already have heard before that that's coming to Game Pass day one. So that was here. Dustborn looked pretty cool. That was like a road trip slash Borderlands-y looking kind of hack and slash game. I don't really know how to describe it. But that looked really cool. Whatever's on the screen now looks like some weird trippy tactics game. It's interesting. Card based. Okay. But yeah, overall, man, it's kind of a I don't know, I'm just to be honest, it's kind of a slog. Like a lot where I mean there's a lot of good stuff, a lot of forgetful things, but there's a lot of stuff that's gonna be interesting for different people. But these hosts, guys, the host, the whole talking about all the developers losing their jobs at the end and then joking about taking your pants off. I don't know. Like I'm all for jokes. I'm all for fun, right? But the writing that they had for these hosts was just absolutely stupid, ridiculous, didn't make any damn sense most of the time, and was a waste of time. and I feel like it didn't serve any purpose other than just being cringy and fucking annoying the whole time. So maybe they rethink that for the next time. But overall, that was a future game show. What I want to do is kind of take a little bit of a break here, because Pong's going to be getting here probably in the next like 15 minutes or so. And that was a future game show. So what I want to do is kind of like turn off my camera and just kind of let this play for a little bit, and go do a couple things and come back, and we'll get started for PM and the PM and stuff. So if you guys are cool with that, that's what I'm going to do right now, and let you watch some of these trailers and stuff for a little bit.
You play PAX, a 30-something
I'll be
anomal.
back.
Looking for a way out, you're offered a life-changing opportunity. All you have to do is steal and deliver a mysterious package across the country. Joined by a crew with their own peculiar powers, you will explore an alternate America on a robot-driven tour bus. Embark on a perilous road trip and try to stay out of trouble to reach your final destination.
I'll give it to you, Theo. This is, what's the word I'm looking for?
Rustic.
Cozy. Cozy's the word.
Dustborn is all about the crew. Their unique powers, complex relationships, and personal stories. The crew grows as you recruit new people along the way, and each of them has a special skill or power that can be of use to PAX.
You need to do something. She's freaking out. What do we do?
Gnome's ability to read people's emotions and influence them.
Just listen to my voice. You'll be fine.
Sai. What? Hold the bus up.
Sai's super strength that always comes in handy.
Shit, that's heavy.
And Theo's non-supernatural software skills.
Network's down. Got it. Luna, system's rebooted.
Welcome to the castle. How was the trip?
Maybe you should handle this one, Theo.
Guys,
This trip won't be all butterflies and rainbows. The people you stole the package from,
fuck that. Let's just go.
they want it back.
Can't follow us into the DMZ.
But won't the Republic border guards wonder why a punk rock band on a tour bus is being pursued by Puritans?
I've been hailed by Justice Border Patrol. I'm required to stop the vehicle.
Oh, fuck.
We'll soon find out. Good afternoon, officer.
Your purpose for entering the Republic?
We're a band.
A band? Everybody off the bus.
What do we even play? We haven't practiced.
Whenever you're ready.
1, 2, 3, 4!
Your name? The Dustborn. From official gigs you're booked for to unexpected border checks. Perform to the best of your abilities to not raise suspicions about your travel motives. Write new songs and practice on the road to maintain your cover.
That was great.
But road trips are full of surprises and unexpected encounters, and you won't get away without picking some fights. So don't forget to pack your baseball bat.
Girl power.
Use vocal powers to talk your way out of hairy situations and call in some of your crew to help you.
We're the aliens. Leave my friends alone. Stand still.
They'll always have your back, as long as you have theirs. No road is long with good company. You'll meet new people along the way, allowing you to expand your crew and possibilities. Use your time at the campfire to weave strong relationships with each of them, whether it strengthens the cohesion of the team.
This is good for all of us, and we get to do it together.
That's the best part.
Or hurts it. Depending on your choices, each crew member gets their own coda that impacts their state of mind and answers.
No, I didn't.
And sometimes, even the course of action.
Where the Dustborn is bugging.
This road trip through America will be full of challenges. So pack your bags and hop in. You might not end up where you intended to go, but you'll end up where you intended to be.
Thank you to Red Thread Games for sharing that Dustborn demo with the folks at home. Now, Nathan, it looks like you have some new friends alongside you, so let us introduce Alan and Nads from Melanin Gamers. Welcome to the panel, to the expansion pack. How are you?
Well, fine, thank you. Thank you for having us.
Not a problem. Why don't you tell the people at home about Melanin Gamers?
Oh, fantastic. We can probably take this together. But my name is Alan, I'm from Melanin Gamers, like you said before. And we are a gaming community and a consultancy within the gaming industry. And we try to do our best to promote diversity and inclusion within the gaming industry, from asset creation to policies within the industry. Is the shortest form I can give it.
That's amazing. And you guys have worked together quite a lot then during the course of this?
We have. We are rivals, is the best way to describe it.
Now we are. We're on the same
enemies.
team.
Like,
Yes.
I heard mention of a Mortal Kombat tournament here.
That is what we don't talk about.
But yes, at least we can all agree on one thing, and that Dustborn is here. You guys have actually had hands-on time with Dustborn at different stages of development. So how have you found the experience of playing it?
I really enjoyed it. I like the fact that each character has their own kind of set abilities and it really fleshes out a character in that kind of way. So, like, depending on your playstyle, depends on the characters you might fall in love with during the campaign. Okay. So, and also because it's from Quantic Dreams, we're gonna find a lot of like narrative elements in there, and they're masterful when it comes to telling stories.
The combat of it in general has completely stuck with me, because the whole point of using your own words as your main source of weaponry, and I kind of relate it back to my daily lifestyle. So do I be my nice normal self, or do I be this rude fake person? I'm gonna go with number 2.
And coming from a place where you're kind of looking at representation in games, you know, it was a really great kind of core cast of characters as well. It felt like you were seeing a lot of different representation.
Precisely. That is one of the things that we really like to champion, where we see a character really being fleshed out and not just being one-dimensional. And when it comes to games like this, and when it comes to Quantic Dreams and the way they craft storytelling when it comes to their craft, it's really, really nice to see like an entire character being fleshed out in that kind of way, especially in its set in like an alternate American reality.
Yeah.
So just seeing that is going to be really interesting going forward.
All right, it's time to dig into another all-new trailer. Here's a closer look at Dystopica, the cyberpunk city builder of your electric dreams.
I am back. All right. So they just showed Dustborn, it looks like. What is this? Dystopica. What kind of game is it? Looks cool.
Well, now Dystopica is coming out in 2024, and you can wishlist it now on Steam. I, for one, am very excited about that game because it reminds me of Cardiff. Very smoggy. Now, eagle-eye viewers may have noticed that there are a few new faces sitting beside Nathan. So many new friends today.
Oh yes, too right, Jules. It's my pleasure to welcome Jack Bennett from Oddbug Studios and Doug
The Blade Runner
Horkle,
sim?
the voice of Geralt of Rivia himself. They're here to talk about Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter. Hello, how's it going, guys?
It's going great. Thank you.
It's so nice to have you here.
Thanks.
I mean, the trailer that we have just witnessed here, boys, fantastic, brutal, beautiful. There are so many things going on here, but the top of my list of questions is, what was it like making a sequel to this game? Your first sequel for the studio, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is our first sequel, and it was an intense experience. Like, Tales of Iron the first Tales of Iron is a game within a big world, so we knew we wanted to go in the sequel route and expand on that, but it was just bringing together what people wanted from us while still being true to Tales of Iron, which was the challenge. But I think we've done that, and I think the trailer still feels very Tales of Iron.
Oh, yeah, I was blown away from it because it was like, that's a lot of violence going on here, and I am definitely here for it, especially seeing as now I know that Doug is going to be narrating it once more again. I mean, how did it feel to come back around to tell even more tales of brutalism?
It's been amazing. I was thrilled to be asked the first time. When I was first asked to do Tales of Iron 1, one of the key things that got me involved was looking at the art. They sent me some of the art for the game, and that sold me straight away. I was just like, yeah, I'm in. I want to do this game. This looks brilliant. So when they told me that Tales of Iron 2 was coming around the bend, I was like, I can't wait. Sign me up. I want to be in it.
It must be rare from a developer's perspective to be approached and say, I want to be in it, rather than we have to fight for you to come back into it. So yeah, and it's going to be amazing to hear your voice. But it does lead on to the question of what the narrative of this game is going to be like, because obviously
Did anybody play
things don't
Tales of
seem to
Iron
be going
1?
all too well for our heroes this time around. So how have you moved the narrative along to continue this story?
So it's after a sequel, so it's after the events of Tales of Iron 1. And obviously a lot of characters disappeared for Tales of Iron 1, and that's a big part of the Tales of Iron genre. Is we're very heavily influenced by sort of Game of Thrones, so nobody's safe, I would say, is a good thing. But with this one, it's like a new
Rise of the
enemy
Ronin didn't
from
review
the
very well,
past
did
that
it?
Everyone now has realised has resurged, sort of thing, these Dark Wings. And
Not
Arlo
horrible,
is
but
kind of the Warden of the North.
The original
He has
Tales
this,
of
like,
Iron
smaller
came out in
keep in the
2021.
outskirts, but something we've really tried to do in this game is
Not that
bring in
reviews
other
always
races,
matter,
so
but it
it's
had
not
an
just
81
rats
on
and
meta.
frogs and moles.
Seemed like
In the
pretty
first
well
game,
received.
It's like we've got owls, we've got fish
amazing.
people, we've got all sorts of new creatures, and Arlo kind of brings them together in a more unified system.
I love that concept because they all would bring something unique to the table, probably have unique perspectives on this growing war that's around them. And is that going to play into the actual gameplay itself in terms of choices you make?
I remember
or in
the
terms
game.
of
I don't think I
combat,
played it,
having to
though.
call on allies?
So there's not choices, but there are a lot of buddies. So you interact with a lot of characters in the world. You're bringing them to your sort of keep to rebuild your Winter's Edge that you live in. So you kind of see these different cultures coming together.
Yeah,
and
Rise
they've
of the
got
Ronin.
sorrows and happinesses and things they want to happen, and we slowly piece that together through the story that hopefully everyone's happy in.
Came
Can I
out
just say, you've
70
also built in some really beautiful
coming out,
twists into the
76
storyline.
on
It's
meta.
with
Not
like
bad.
recording some of the
Pretty
lines.
good.
I was like, whoa, no way, you can't do that. So,
But definitely not a replacement for the big AAA first-party bangers.
Top tips for people looking forward to this game. Can you give us a little sliver of knowledge?
I would say maximize your elemental damages. That would be
Let's
a good
see, what
way to
else?
go. Read the bestiary to make sure you're using the
Dragon's Dogma. What does Dragon's Dogma do? I know it.
Watch the enemy.
Oh, Princess Peach Showtime's only sitting at a 75.
So
Oh.
please watch them and react efficiently.
I hope that the bestiary is.
I don't know why I'm looking at reviews right now. I'm just curious. There's so many games coming
If I
out.
could just have you walking around and narrating my life, that'd be quite nice as well. Just
We can arrange that.
Yeah,
Of
awesome.
course,
We'll talk after the show. But thank you so much. I hate to wrap this up, but we do need to move on then. Thank you both for coming in and showing us more about this. But why don't you tell the good people at home when Tales of Iron 2 is coming out?
So Tales of Iron 2 will be out in 2024, so this year. It'll be out on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch. So if you want to learn more, just follow us
So
on
Tales of Iron
X
2
or
this
at
year.
Old Plug Studio.
Indeed, indeed. There we
All
have
right.
it, my friends. Why don't you scurry
what
over
else?
and add this to your wish lists?
We've got another trailer
Ooh,
coming up next.
Ghostbusters Frozen Empire is not doing well in the critics.
Right up until this very second was called Stellaris.
The Dragon's Dogma 2 sit at an 87 on meta.
Live on air, paradigm well and truly shifted.
And
Really,
it is happening
really
in
good.
Studio 2 because my name has now officially been changed to.
Oh, MLB The Show is hitting at
Don't worry,
80 this
though,
time.
regardless
Oh,
of
it's
the
based
new
on 5
name
reviews.
change, it is still the same snappy.
Nobody
social
reviews those
strategy
anymore.
Game where you vie for galactic dominance. Now let's find out more, shall we?
Yes, please.
Hi, also last night the team and I
Alone in the
did some
Dark.
heavy 4Xing. If you've never 4Xed before, those X's can get pretty intense. You explore, exploit, and then you expand until you exterminate. We started like
It's
6 p.m. By the
extreme.
time I got home, it was 3 in the morning, and I was 4Xed out of my mind. I thought I'd gotten away with it though, but somehow my mum found out.
Why you treat me so bad? How many times have I warned you about the dangers of getting 4X'd? Your father would get 4X'd like this, and look what happened to him.
I felt really bad letting my mum down like that.
Testing,
so I called Adam.
testing.
This is
Hey, Pong.
Hi.
What's up, man?
Don't even worry about
Yeah,
it,
can hear
Dax. I've been doing some research and 4X is done. It's over.
Hey.
We're going to take 4X to the next level.
Hang on, what?
I can hear you.
Control?
Adam, you don't mean...
That's right. We're taking it
Was
to
that?
I got no volume control.
No volume control. Well, I think everybody can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, but I can't control your sound to me on my headset.
Really?
Yeah, so you're like fucking maxed out. Jesus. What the fuck?
Is it like... What if you click on Discord, you know, the user volume control thing?
That's where I'm at. So let's see here. Let's talk.
Hello, Pong Soul. What's up, my friend?
Nope. I'm just maxed completely. That's blowing up my eardrums. I love PC.
Yes,
everybody love PC. Yeah, that's everybody. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Are we live?
I was, but I'm gonna switch to like an away thing. Hey, we're about to roll into PM and the PM, everybody. In just a few minutes, I'm gonna put it on a starting soon screen so we can get our things worked out and then be prepared because it's coming at you
live.
And we are live.
Welcome, everybody, to a special edition of PM in the PM. That's right, Pong and Mav in the PM. A little bit early for all of you that so happen to stick around through Mav's co-stream of the Future Game Show, the spring one. Thank you for joining us, for everybody jumping in here because you just saw the bell, the alert go live. That PM in the PM was, yes, we are an hour early. That's right. We are doing an hour early show because, as you all know, unlike so many in this community, Mav and I are actual gamers. That's right. We are actual gamers through and through, and it is Happy Dragon's Dogma 2 launch night. And of course, along with that, Rise of the Ronin and Princess Peach Showtime. That's right. Got all the three bigs. Got a game today, Mav. Pretty incredible.
All three bigs, yeah.
All three big. Well, I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2 is everywhere. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's available on Xbox, so we'll just count it in the Xbox corner today. But yeah, man, what a day. So what were you gonna say?
That's just a checkmark Xbox.
Oh yeah, checkmark Xbox. So that one is launching. But yes, we are gamers. So Mav and I are freaking pumped. I've been actually catching some people who have been doing some early live streams, of course, taking those flights to New Zealand and such, and playing Dragon's Dogma 2 early. And my God, the game's looking freaking ridiculous. And of course, we'll get in a little bit of the scores that came out and some of the reviews that happened. We're going to talk some Dragon's Dogma 2. We'll talk some future game show stuff, even though I didn't really get a chance. I was tuned in to Mav. I was lurking the entire time, but work was busy as shit, so I didn't catch all of it. But what I did catch it was a so-so future game show. But we're going to talk about that. We'll get into a couple other topics as well. Connie Booth getting hired. Of course, she was the head of PlayStation Studios or I shouldn't say she was the head of PlayStation Studios, but she was one of the main key cogs behind PlayStation Studios for about 4 decades. So we're going to talk about that as well. But thank you all for joining us tonight on a special episode. We are excited to play Dragon's Dogma 2. That's the only thing I could think about it. I set up last night, and because I had made a main character and on the Xbox, right, on the demo, the Dragon's Dogma 2 demo. But I knew I was going to be buying it on PC, so I wanted to make it on PC. So I finally got around to it last night when I got home. Instead of playing games, I played Let's Create a Main Character and Let's Create a Pawn. I will be posting screenshots of those two. You're going to be seeing a lot of those probably on Twitter as I get into the photo mode for sure. But I spent literally like 3 hours last night creating my main character and my pawn. So I am freaking pumped. I know Mav is freaking pumped to get into this game. So we are just a couple hours away from launch. So we're going to entertain you up until that point. But if you're playing Dragon's Dogma 2 or you're playing Rise of the Ronin, or you so happen to be playing Princess Peach Showtime, what a great freaking day to be a gamer, man. Enjoy it all. But that's enough talk. Let's get into this show here. I got to introduce my co-host, the one and only, the man on a mission, the owner of Fun Speculation Network. That's right, Fun Speculation himself, aka Mav, who just co-streamed the Future Game Show. Heard some of your comments, Mav, especially about the hosts of that show. It wasn't as good as it has been in the past, that's for sure. And Bold Alpha and Decado, I got you. We got a special announcement coming up for the hype train just after we get Mav's intro done here. Mav, how the hell you been, man? What's your week been like, brother? You excited? Freaking, we got launch night, bro. We're gonna be playing Dragon's Dogma 2, 60 frames. Like, what's going on? What's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just watching the Future Game Show. Got like you've been busy with work quite a bit lately as well, and But yeah, I've just been playing Unicorn Overlord, Balatro still, and some Last Epoch as well. Just kind of off and on a little bit here and there, But man, the game has been so good, and today we get a huge one. Tonight we get a huge game dropping, and we had MLB The Show also hit the other day, and there's like not really going to be a slowdown, like I don't think this year at all. For the rest of the year, it's like it's loaded, release after release after release. We're gonna have game showcases coming up, and we even have new trailers dropping more frequently now because we have some of these events like Future Game Show, like we just co-streamed. Then we have PAX East is going on right now. You had GDC as well. So like there's tons of news, and like we're starting that exciting kind of time where it's going to ramp up to more fun, positive conversations about games as opposed to the first 3 months of this year, which are just kind of like it's been a drag, bro. Great games.
Are you talking about news wise? Because
Yeah.
games wise, yeah, no,
wise it's been great.
Yeah.
But like
Crazy.
news wise, it's been not. But like with all these game companies and stuff going to start marketing more, doing more things, it's going to give a lot more fun things to talk about for sure. So yeah, I've just been playing those games and hanging out, and looking forward to our show. Thanks to everybody who watched the co-stream with us earlier. This is kind of a different thing because just kind of rolling all into one long show, kind of with a little break in between. I think it kind of works out because everybody who's watching there can just kind of stick around if you want to and watch the podcast. So yeah, but thanks for rushing home and doing the show with me as always, Pong. And yeah, I'm looking forward to having some fun talking with you, man.
Bro, we're gonna have a good night. We're gonna have a good night because again, anytime we get one of these big launches like this, and we're both excited for this game, and a lot of the family's excited for this game, we got a lot to talk about. It just adds a little extra spice to it. I was hoping I was trying to make it home for like the last half of that Future Game Show. Of course, we're always, when I try to get something planned out, it just never fails that things come up. But glad to be here. And again, you can tell like people have been sitting on this Dragon's Dogma 2 for a while. So that's the mode I've been in gaming too for about the past week and a half. I have been rocking out a little bit of Unicorn Overlord. Again, I will continue to play that game because again, it's so much fun. It's one of those games I can pop into and just sit there, and next thing I know, it's 3 hours gone. So I've been doing that, but been playing Age 4. They just had an update on Age 4. Did some rebalancing and did some stuff like that. But it continue to rock out on that. Brotato. So nothing exciting over the top. Unicorn Overlord by far is the best game. I shouldn't say the best game this year. I will say it's top 3 for sure. It could be the best game overall this year that I've played for me personally. And that's saying a lot, obviously, with a lot of the games we've been playing. Helldivers 2 is right there. Steel and I rocked out some Helldivers 2 last weekend. We got in Helldivers 2, and we actually got with 2 randoms, a level 50 and a level 48. And these dudes stuck around. We made like 7 or 8 drops. These dudes stuck around, Steel putting his daughters to bed. That's what a great time we were having without communication. Awesome. Yeah, without communication. Steel's like, I got to put my daughters to bed. He's like, we'll see, if they stick around. He left. Sure enough, they stuck around for like 15, 20 minutes while Steel was doing that. Steel came back and he's like, same dudes are still here. And I'm like, yep, they're ready to drop. And he's like, all right, let's go. It was awesome, man. We were playing on the hardest difficulty, the impossible mode. We were playing on that, rocking and rolling with these 2 guys. I actually was topping out in kills every single one, which was crazy. Of course, I was getting a little help because I'm the only one running the laser drone, but we were just having a blast. Helldivers 2 is absolutely phenomenal. I know people are having connection issues. I know people have had some problems here and there, but again, for a game that there's no way Arrowhead ever in their wildest dreams expected to take off like this, right? Every developer tries to make the best game possible. They want the most players to play it, right? We know that, right? I'm not saying their overall goal wasn't for it to be like this, but there is no way they saw this coming. There is it is continuing to go on. They are dropping updates. Their marketing campaigns, their propaganda campaigns is some of the best I've seen in video games in a long time. Like they just understand that it's about having fun and blowing shit up sometimes with your buddies. That's all it's about.
And that's
all they give us
too. Like
it is
gameplay wise, graphics. I mean, like in game graphics, not necessarily some of the facial animations on the ship and stuff like that. But like, you know what I mean? Like when you're in the
nobody cares.
Yeah, when you're on the planet and stuff, man. Sometimes it's like gorgeous, dude.
Beautiful. I've been seeing clips.
That, like gameplay loop.
They did. And Steel, because you can get the mechs at level 25 now. So Steel is above that. I'm level 22 now. Steel level 25. So he's got the mech call-in ability. He let me jump into one of his mechs. He gave me one of his mechs. And so he gave me the experience of running around the mech The mech plays fucking phenomenal. Although
Yeah.
there is still a problem. They said they fixed it where if you turn and fire missiles at the same time, you'll blow up. Steel was still having that problem, even though they said they fixed it. But I got in, I didn't have any of those issues. The mech feels great. Again, there's just so much they could do with this game. But Unicorn Overlord is right up there with Helldivers 2. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't played enough of it, but what I have played of it, it is phenomenal. There's just so much this year to talk about, and of course, Pal World's in there. Even though I dropped off of it because there's just too much to play right now. But Dragon's Dogma 2, I am expecting to be right up there. We're going to find out tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a special announcement. All you fun speculation hype train riders, please, if you have not been paying attention to the screens above your head, please look up. You will notice that the Titan, your 4-point harness is down sign, it has been lit up. And there's a reason for that, because if you look right next to that, the flashing speedometer that gives you a current update says we are rolling along at a Mach 3.0. That's right. You got on board at a Mach 2.0. You might have just been chilling out. If you did not notice the sudden lurch of speed that just hit us, that's because we had 2 flyovers. Not 1, but 2 people got on the court with the easy 5 layups. That's right. Of course, we had the bold Alpha Wolf Pack coming in, showing everybody how it's done. Dropped off that bag of coal. We got the furnaces burning a little bit hotter, and followed up right behind him with his buddy Dakato with another 5. That's right. We had 2 bags dropped off. We added 2 cars. 10 more people added to this freaking amazing hype train, keeping us ad-free in 2024 with a goal of 4,239 as of right now for this month. That's right. That's only a 1-month goal, everybody. But Dakato and Bold Alpha are trying to help out. Hashtag no beans 2024. We ain't selling coffee around here. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo. Welcome aboard, everybody. All right. And then we had also, I believe I saw in
just
here.
Such a normal voice. It's like just such a like.
Yeah, I know. Now that I've gotten used to doing it, it's so hard. We had Dakato come in with the 5 super chat. That's right. The easy 5 super chat for Dakato. Says choo choo, motherfuckers, lurking and listening while back to Dragon's Dogma 2. I am jealous right now, motherfucker. Yeah. I am jealous. Dakato, love you, brother. Hope you're enjoying the hell out of it. I can't wait. That is the one thing about PC. I mean, I don't know if it works with VPNs. Does it work with VPNs if you program to go to New Zealand? I wonder if that works. I haven't looked it up because I'm not a tech head like that, but that's the one thing. You do have to wait until it officially unlocks. The good news is that it is a 7 o'clock Central Time unlock for us, Mav. So we're going to be hopping into it. Let me shout out the chat here real quick. Let me shout out the rest of the chat because, again, as always, people, every single one of you, whether you've been lurking the entire time while Mav did the Future Game Show, whether you just popped in here now, whether you're listening to this broadcast in the future, it does not matter to us. It is all the same. 5 minutes, 2 hours, whatever you stick around for, it's all the same love and respect. So if you don't hear your name right now because I don't see your name in chat, just know that the same feeling goes to all of you too. All right, so let's get to this. We got the brother from another Steel Rain jumping in here with the answer. Of course, he says, no, it does not work on PC. LOL. Thanks, Steel. Yeah, I figured it didn't, but I had to ask the question just in case. But that is the shitty part about buying it on PC. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Steel. Appreciate you, brother, for being in here.
To sacrifice for all those frames, man.
That's right. I will sacrifice for those frames, too. Ray Oid is in the house. What's going on, Ray? What's going on? Prey Grasso is in here. The one and only Prey. Great to see you, my dear. And I saw you post today. You are only, I think, a few weeks away from being Mrs. Grasso officially. Congratulations to you both again. Finding love in the community. Man, oh man, what a beautiful thing. Good people find good people out here. Pray, it's great to see you, though. Ghost Fixer is in the house. What's going on, Ghost? We got the bold Alpha Wolf Pack, of course. He got announced earlier. He is joining us tonight. We got the Nighturnal. Great to see you in our chat. We got the ADM. What is going on? And yeah, Pray says, we met right here on this channel. That is correct, ma'am. That is correct. Glad to be a little bit a part of that. Yes, it is amazing. The one and only, the aforementioned Tony Grasso is in the house. Congratulations, sir, again to you. Who else we got in here? We got the coach, Hooded Canuck in the house. What's going on, Coach? Coach, great to see you in here. Put me in, Coach. Kick ass action, blow stuff, and shoot stuff game. Helldivers 2, man. That's all we need. We're simple. We're simple creatures. We are. We're simple men. If everybody gets that meme. Anyways, Doom Reaper is in the house. What's going on, brother? Always a pleasure to have you a part of our show, sir. We got the Brian Gilbrell in the house. What's going on, Brian? Great to see you. Evil West, pretty fun. Beat the first boss. I have to download that. I saw Evil West dropping into Game Pass. Again, wrong time, Evil West, but I am going to download you because I am a grazer and I am going to try it out. Because I've been wanting to play that game. That is one of the games I held out on, and sure enough, it drops into Game Pass. Love when that happens. Poison Maniac, it wouldn't be a show without you. Thank you for being here, sir. We got the Free Bear in the house. What's going on, Free Bear? We got FarQ in the house. The Jokester is here, everybody. FarQ, great to see you. We got the one, the only, the legendary Yobi in the house. What's going on, Yobi? Great to see you. Saw your post today. Liked it, brother. I know Steel answered to you. Would love to get out to one of these shows one of these years. Don't know if it's going to happen in the next couple of years, but after that, we'll have to wait and see. But I would love to get out these shows. Shout out to Iron Lords out there on the ground, boots on the ground, doing the work, getting the interviews. I see you all. Congratulations to all of you headed out to PAX East. Who else we got in here? We've got the beautiful Miss Caitlin. Once again, Miss Caitlin, thank you for everything you do behind the scenes. Much love to you. Again, for, posting, getting all the thumbnails ready, doing all that stuff. You are absolutely incredible. Again, you will always be the better half of Mav. So thank you. We got the one and only Polly Baba's in the house. What's going on, Polly? Great to see you. We got the Nate Dog in here. What's going on, Nate Dog? Nate Dog says, I bet 3-Bit is playing Princess Peach Showtime. That does seem like a 3-Bit game, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's probably played
Hey,
it,
guys. Hey guys, I didn't download Dragon's Dogma 2 yet. I bought it, but I did play some Princess Peach Showtime, and it was really phenomenal. That was really great. I liked it.
To look at the skyboxes and Princess Peach Showtime.
The skyboxes were crazy, guys.
Yeah.
They're just really amazing stuff. Developers are doing good work over there. Sorry, 3-Bit. I don't know why I gave you that voice. Anyways, all right. Who else we got in here?
It's pretty accurate.
It's deserved. All right. Who else we got in here? And by the way, 3-Bit, I didn't get to post out, but I did catch Pixelated Echoes again. For you guys who don't know, Sundays now, 3-Bit has got his show along with Fuzzy as co-host, doing Pixelated Echoes, bringing in guests. Freaking amazing shows. Check that out every Sunday. What time is it again, Mav? 6 p.m. I always catch it Monday again when I'm in the morning.
I think
it's at 6.
I could be wrong because he's done a couple different times now because of guests and when they're available. So I think it's 6.
Yeah, I think it's 6 too. But just an awesome show with him and Fuzzy and the guests that he's bringing on. And he might have some extra special guests lining up. I'm not going to give away anything. I'm just going to say keep your eyes and ears open, folks. Pixelated Echoes making some waves out here potentially in the next month or two. Anyways, who else we got in here? We got let me scroll up here. Let's see how far I can go. We got the General Spartan 27, of course, dropping in here. We got the Scott Gamer Dude, of course, dropping in here. What's going on, Scott Gamer Dude? We got the Spitin 13 in the house. Great to see you. We got the one and only Decado in here. Of course, he was announced earlier for dropping off that bag of coal along with Bold Alpha. Who else we got in here? We got Clark Kent in the house. What's going on, Clark Kent? If you see Superman around, let me know. One of my favorite superheroes of all time. We're going to talk about a superhero game, too, that's looking pretty good that I didn't think I was going to care about at all.
Speaking of superheroes, real quick, I don't want to interrupt, but
no,
go. You know what we've been doing every night?
Oh, what do you?
Hold on.
I don't know where it's going.
No,
is that a trick question?
It was 5 days ago or 6 days ago, and we were looking for something to watch, and just randomly, Kate, out of nowhere, was
another Kate moment. Let's go.
She was like, let's watch all the X-Men movies.
Oh, the old Fox X-Men, the ones that ruined the franchise.
Yeah, well,
great
she had
cast.
never seen She had
That's
never
awesome, though.
seen or paid attention to any of them. But like, so every night we're watching in like chronological order of release every X-Men movie, including the Wolverine movies and the Deadpool movies and the New Mutants. We'll finish with that, you know.
Wow.
Yeah. And the trade-off was she asked me to watch the show that she loves on Netflix called Good Girls, which is actually great. It's about women who like get into a life of crime. It's absolutely awesome. But yeah, so we've been watching a movie every night and then like an episode or two of Good Girls. And we're like 5 movies in now. We've just watched X-Men First Class last night. So then,
okay,
yeah, it's been fun though, man. Like, it's like she likes them more than I thought she would. So
that's amazing. Like I said, the one, not the kid ones, not the First Class stuff, right? But the other ones, best casting ever. Best casting ever, hands down, of the X-Men. They couldn't have done any better. That's the one thing they got right.
She loves Hugh Jackman as Wolverine.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. She doesn't love Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. She just loves Hugh Jackman.
She loves Hugh Jackman.
I mean, he's shirtless. Jesus. Of course. What else is fucking new? All right, let's go. Let's see here. Where did I leave off? We got the Dion Hayes in here. What's going on, Dion? He says Rise of Ronin will be getting overshadowed by Alone in the Dark and Alone in the Dark. I've heard is not good. Wilmy put out a post today, by the way. That was not.
He
good.
loves horror games too, and he likes off the wall ones sometimes too, and stuff, right?
Yes.
So it's like he doesn't have to be like the next best thing ever. Right, you know, but
nope. Wilmy will give it to you straight, man. I've heard some jank about Alone in the Dark. Oh boy,
Did
oh
he say
boy.
it was like masturbating with sandpaper, is what he said.
Yes,
I think. Yeah,
that was his descriptor. Yeah, I was going to leave that part out, but yeah,
no,
thanks,
it's
man.
fine. Yeah.
No, that's good. Yeah, masturbating with his sandpaper. Imagine that, y'all. Alone in the Dark and Dragon's Dogma 2 and a few other games that are coming out this week. Not good for Sony. We talked about this, Mav. Rise of the Ronin sticking on this date was a massive mistake by Team Ninja. Yeah. Massive. And we talked about it when we first realized that it was the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2. I called them big balls, very courageous for sticking on this date. But if you're going to come out to the Sony only fans with a mid 70s score and you got Dragon's Dogma 2 shadow just looming over everything, that's not a good mix to try to sell 5 million copies, which according to some is what Team Ninja wanted, that Koei Tecmo wanted to get out of this game. You're not going to sell 5 million copies, bro. But yeah, no, definitely getting overshadowed, especially from how people are talking about Dragon's Dogma 2 right now. Treybone 408, what's going on, Treybone? Great to see you in here. Let's see if I missed some people down at the bottom. This has been a long read just because we keep getting interrupted, but that's cool. JB 1521, what is going on? Always great to have you part of the show. Brother from another Psychonauts, what's going on, brother? You have not missed anything. I'm just shouting out the chat, and Mav and I are having little conversations in between, which is extending this readout a lot longer than normal. Froggy T White, choo choo, what's going on, choo choo, motherfucker? Great to see you, Froggy T White. Got the Stash Gordon in here. What's going on, Stash? Great to see you in here. Who else we got in here? I think I've caught up. Sanchez MTZ Gaming. I see you sneaking in the back door. What's going on, Sanchez? We got the C Dijon mustard on point for condiments. Seriously? Is that C Money?
I'm so confused. I don't know who's seen money anymore and who's not, because like they keep
I
changing
know
the names now. So it's like,
well,
sometimes
whoever
there's two
see
of them.
Dijon mustard on point for condiments
But
is.
sometimes there's two of them
great
in the
to see
chat.
you.
They'll
I
have,
know,
like, C
I
for
know,
mayo
I know.
or something.
I know. It's weird. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Yeah, choo choo to you, whoever you are. Great to see you in here. I think I've got everybody. I think we're caught up. Me says, okay, well, we'll roll with it. We got no proof of that, but great to see you, brother. All right, Sci-Fi Sky, what's going on? Choo choo to you as well. Steel Ray says, nah, y'all overhyping Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, of course we are. Just like everybody was downplaying Dragon's Dogma 2 as well.
And
prior to the launch.
yeah, people
Mhm.
were
Okay.
downplaying Helldivers right when it came out too.
Of course.
Yeah, generic.
60% sold on PC, but PC players only pirate games. They don't buy games. Weird. Anyways, more narratives falling by the wayside. as has been the case for 3 years, this community just never fails to have the clown show rolling on through every single fucking day, and they never understand that everybody's laughing at them. So, but they like that, again, as clowns do. So anyways, enough of that. Listen, y'all, we got some things to get into here. Let's talk real quick here about the Future Game Show. Again, I didn't get to watch it like you did, obviously, Mav. I know you talked about it a little bit, and I know a lot of people have stuck around through it, so I'm not going to ask you to recap everything, right? But I know you made a list of the games. You saw that list there in front of you?
Yes,
because there is no
do.
article as of yet showing the announcements that I've seen. So I looked.
Long list.
Yeah, it is.
You want me to
yeah,
put it in
nobody's.
the, you want me to put it in the DMs or?
Yeah, if you've got it available, put it in the DMs, please.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Because I can look at what I missed. Because I just want to hit on a couple, but I just want you to re-highlight for anybody who did not catch the Future Game Show Spring Showcase 2024. Please go ahead and go back and rewatch it. Again, I would probably go through. There was this one, from what I saw, was a so-so. I love Future Game Shows. I think they're underrated. I think people skip them because it's a lot of PC stuff. But a lot of those PC games nowadays come to console, even if they're not day one, they come later. That's why Mav and I have always promoted, and Steel promoted the hell out of Future Game Shows, because they give you a lot of games, and you're going to see a lot of them even on console, even if you don't have a PC. So there's always some surprises in there. But this one, from what I caught, was just a lot of smaller games which is nothing wrong with that. I like smaller games. I like indie games. Just a lot that didn't appeal to me personally in this one, which is rare for a Future Game Show. But Mav, real quick, run through, give me your handful that really stood out to you, even if there's stuff we knew about, because I know there were some new trailers for like Hellblade 2, Flintlock got some spotlight, just give me a rundown of some of the ones that definitely stood out to you in this one.
Okay, so one that stood out to me early on was Tenebris Somnia. So like
that one I did not see.
Yeah, so this was like NES style retro looking game, survival horror. So it kind of reminds me of like a Clock Tower-esque kind of thing, like that, walking around doing stuff. But what was crazy is when you do certain things or something happens, it goes through live action cutscenes with like actors and like FMV. Yeah, FMV. Whoa. So it goes from like NES retro style shit to like FMV, and like some of the props and the stuff they had just looked crazy and creepy and over the top. So that was like pretty interesting. I think it might only be on PC. But just because of how over the top and crazy it was, and I liked the look of the like NES style, right?
Awesome.
In the gameplay. So that one kind of stood out.
I've been saying forever FMV's got to come back, so I gotta go check this one out for sure. I love the motion video.
The trailer and the props they have, man. Like there's like that one that's like this like double faced lady with like a red hood, and she's like walking like that. Okay. Like it's like a prop, like it's freaking
awesome,
crazy looking.
Let's go.
So another one that stood out was Dustborn. This one's I believe coming to everything, and it kind of it's described as a road trip game, but when they showed it kind of looked like Borderlands-y style characters and stuff, and it's like action style combat. So it's kind of like
no
road trip meets Borderlands meets any of this stuff. I don't know.
It's not. It's rhythm based.
Rhythm based? Okay. Well,
you have to play songs.
What?
Yes.
When you fight? I missed that. I missed that in the thing.
Yes. And during the fight, it's rhythm based as well. But you also have to perform songs. You have to write. Bro, this is. Yeah, no. Go watch the other trailer that they had after the show when you took a break. Go watch that one. So this is not my type of game, but it's not an action. Yeah, no.
Okay, I'll check that.
It's weird. It's weird. You gotta check. Maybe you'll still be into it, man. Again, maybe you'll still be. You did play trombone on stream, so again, you might be into it. I can't say. I'm just saying. When I watched it, I was like, yeah, no, this is not a game for me.
I
But
like
anyways,
music. I like making music.
I know you do. I know you do. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it'll still be for you.
Void Rot, which is like a Metroidvania, kind of reminded me of like Hollow Knight, the way it looks.
I quickly looked at this when you said that. When you
And
said it looked like Hollow Knight.
I think this one was on PC and Switch.
Okay.
So if I
Yeah,
remember
definitely.
right, and
Definitely was Hollow
that's-
Knight Silk Song.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I'll play that one on Switch. They showed Hellblade 2. There's like no new footage. They basically chopped up a bunch of the trailers from the other Hellblades, but like the way they put it together and the way they talked about how the game is kind of like my favorite thing we've seen from Hellblade, just because it kind of reminded me of like, you know, the old school Red Dead Redemption trailers where they kind of like talk about what the game is, you know. In Red Dead Redemption, you're going to be playing as a blah blah blah, you know, and like they kind of talk over it narrative wise, but show all the gameplay stuff. So I thought that was pretty cool. It's not anything new from Ninja Theory as far as marketing the game, but it's just how the Future Game Show put it together to showcase it as one of their like ones to look for. Then you know there's the Outpost Infinity Siege. That looked absolutely crazy, over the top, and awesome, and nuts, and all that.
Steel
kind
just
of
put
stuff.
that in there. This is the one we've been watching for a year and a half, posting new footage in the DMs because this game looks freaking amazing. Like you said, a blend of all different genres together. Plus, you get to be in a mech, which grabs steel. They got the giant cannons. Like, looks fantastic.
Then we had, let's see. But this is such a long list, man. A Space Prison.
I know.
Was pretty interesting.
I did not see that one. Okay.
Sandland. They showed Sandland again. It looked great. And I think that's. I mean, really, there's a lot of filler in here, and there's a lot of these games. I see the names, and I just can't even remember what they were. Right?
Okay.
So
yeah, no, that's fair. There was a lot of that.
But I have to give a major shout out.
Go ahead.
To the guy that in charge of the studio, or I don't know what his title was, or what.
I heard you talking about this.
FSR. First off,
I was like, AMD's got a game.
Don't use that tagline. Okay, that's
AMD's got a game.
Horrible decision, because when he first said it, I was so confused.
Right.
Because FSR's
And did he
launching.
say? Yeah. And he's like, FSR is out now, and I'm like,
yeah.
What is this dude talking about?
Yeah. So
go ahead.
FS like Final Stand Ragnarok, right?
Yes.
And it was just like how he was talking about his game. I was like, please, you can never be allowed to talk about your game again. Because it seems like
I thought you actually said that he should talk for every game. I was like,
no.
Yeah.
No, never. You should never be allowed to talk about a game to promote a game. Because his thing is like, you know, the thing is special about this game is we tried our best. You know, I've never seen any game do what we do. We're really pushing for 30 frames here.
That, and when he was talking about how many enemies you fight, I'm like, so you made a Musu fighter?
Yeah.
Musu's have been around for freaking ever,
Yeah,
bro.
I've
That's
never
what he was
seen
talking about.
anything like this before. We're shooting for 30 frames. Our engine is one of a kind. We tried our best. We're gonna put it on PC now, and you know, eventually maybe we'll be able to put it on one of the consoles. Like, okay, bro, yeah, cool, man. Like you're just being he's being frank, you know, being kind of blunt about it. It was cool. I like the honesty there.
Sure.
But not necessarily how you want to market it, you know?
No. Yeah, no, especially when you're saying that's not PC, like Rayoid and Elvin just brought up. Your PC crowd, when you say we're shooting for 30 frames on a Musu fighter?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, all right. Good luck.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I've never, what's Dynasty Warriors? What's that? I've never heard
That's
of
what
this,
he was
guys.
talking. And again, I didn't watch I'm saying this as somebody who was just kind of listening, and I looked over and I did see like, 10, 15 seconds of the game, but I didn't watch the entire thing. So I don't know. But from what I saw, it looked like a fucking Musu fighter. I was like, oh, okay.
It just didn't look good. It didn't, like, nothing about it looked impressive whatsoever. Like, there's a lot of enemies on screen, but I've seen that in games before, you know?
Yeah. And 30 frames. I know. I got
it's weird. It's just weird, man.
It was weird.
I hope you find success. I hope you find success. I hope it's
so
a
do I.
huge
So
hit.
do I. Any of these devs that are out here making this shit, I hope you all find success no matter what it is. Again, even though there's a bunch in here that had nothing For me, a lot of it wasn't for me. I still wish them nothing but because I want people to keep making games no matter what. So, anything else, man?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I mean, not really. I mean, Industria 2, but like they didn't really show enough of that, and it's kind of horror-y, so I don't get too into the horror stuff. The one horror game that intrigued me was the Tenebria Somnia one.
What was the one with the nun towards the end?
Oh yeah, that was Indica.
Was that Indica? Okay, I
Yeah.
want to keep that one on my radar. The black and white look to it.
It was
caught
crazy looking.
Yeah, it looked it was like a puzzler too, right? Like a
I don't
psychological puzzler, I think they said, where you play as a nun.
Yeah, so
I could be.
I don't really know what you do 100%,
Right.
but like
Right.
that was intriguing. It was depressing. It's like it just looked like depression. The game is what I called it, like later. It's just like slow in the way they're talking and stuff. But in the middle of it, there was like people wearing Among Us suits having a rave.
I didn't see that part.
Is at the begin right after the right
gotta go
after
watch
the very beginning of the trailer. There's like people like wearing like hazmat suits, like dancing and like to like techno music.
I
lights
gotta
and
go back
stuff.
and watch it.
And then
Okay.
they went to the nun stuff, and
Yeah.
I was just getting really fucking confused about what it was. I don't know. And then later they showed like the art for the game, and like they had the serious tone main nun lady. Then they had the like the crazy looking nuns on the side. Like,
Yes.
interesting game. And the graphics were gorgeous for the.
Yeah, I love the
For
black
that
and white.
part,
It caught my attention. I was just curious which one that was because I couldn't pick out the name like out of
Yeah.
this list. I was like, which one was that?
Yeah, it was Indica.
Yeah, okay, that's on my list. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this full trailer with this whole rave in the middle. I gotta see that. Try to catch up. Yeah, like I said, overall the stuff I saw, like again, I thought Hellblade 2 showed very well. I thought that the edit was really well done, and I liked it better than anything we pretty much had seen up to this point. I thought they did great with it. Flintlock looked really great. Again, it's gonna be a Souls-like, but it's coming to Game Pass, so I can try it, see how bad it is. If I'm not into it, I'm not into it. That's okay. I still think the game looks great. And I can't wait to try that out. Let me see what else. I missed a lot of this first stuff in here. Like I was that Zookosis. There were some horror games in here. I was like, you got to be kidding me right now. We ain't doing this.
Yeah.
No Rest for the Wicked. Again, always looks great. Again, gonna be another Souls, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it on Steam Early Access. We'll see where we get. Let's see here. Sandland did look good. Oh, Star Wars Outlaws. Look, y'all, listen.
Yeah.
I am unhappy with Star Wars. You guys all know this. I don't do my rants because I'm not going to give it energy. It is what it is. Disney's doing their thing. Bare minimum interest in Star Wars anymore, what Disney's bringing. However, what Massive is doing with Star Wars Outlaws looks phenomenal. And I've been on this game since they first showed it. This is one of my most anticipated this year. This clip that they showed today, the trailer and stuff, with them talking about how you are going to be making runs for the seedy underbelly of Star Wars. Everything about this game screams old school Star Wars. I am all about this. Until I see differently, this is still one of my most anticipated games of the entire year. Loved what I saw today. Massive is one of my favorite dev studios. Again, they know what they're doing. When they're allowed to do what they do, it looks great. And again, everything about this game, I can't get enough of that. What else in here? Outpost Infinity Siege, again, game I've had on my radar for a year and a half since we first saw it. It just looks better and better and better. I love the combination of all the different genres put together. Can't wait to try that game out. I know Steel's going to be hopping in. It looks freaking-tastic. Let's see what else in here. Some of the other stuff. Hordes of the Hunger. Hordes of the Hunger. I only caught a little bit of that. I heard you say the name multiple times. Action, combat kind of game. That looked dope. Love the art direction that I saw real quick on there. So Hordes of the Hunger, I am definitely going back to watch. Then you guys know me and my city builders, right? Don't have enough time to play city builders like I would like to, but I still hop into them. And Worshippers of the Cthulhu looked like a dark, evil city builder, but the graphics, Mav, I stopped and was paying attention to that one for sure. I was like, yo, this looks awesome. Like, I can't believe it. Like, Anno 1800 is a gorgeous city builder. One of the most gorgeous city builders I've ever seen from Ubisoft. When it turns to nighttime and all the city lights come on in the city that you've built, it looks incredible. Well, this one here is like nighttime all the time because you're in this evil, dark planet. So the city lights up. And what I was seeing, oh man, I'm all about that one. I can't wait to check that one out. That's going on the wish list on Steam. Let's see, Spine coming next year. That one definitely caught my attention too. This is the one where you have a sentient cybernetic spine put into you that helps you out. And I think, Mav, you may mention this one. Looks like fast-paced combat, hand-to-hand with weapons as well. Beat 'em up style in a futuristic city. Yeah, you got me. You got me. Next year, Spine is coming everywhere. I definitely love to look at that one. Go watch that one back. Tales of the Iron 2, definitely. I still have not played Tales of the Iron 1, but I want to go play it. Tales of the Iron 1, strategy, 2D, with this really cool artwork with rats, where you are in control of rats. That game looks right up my alley. Again, I haven't played the first one yet, but that one looked great. Tales of the Iron 2 obviously just built upon what they were doing. So yeah, overall, from what I saw, again, not the best future game show so far. I'll have to go back and rewatch it. I am going to go back and rewatch it again to see what I missed. But overall, for me personally, just what I look for, not the best. But again, a lot of different games. You got to find one or two out of this list that really caught your attention. I mean, that's the way it is most of the time with future game show. For me, it's usually 10 plus games. I don't know if this one had that per se, out of stuff that I didn't know about already. So got to go back and watch it. But again, always great to see the shows. Like Mav, you said in the beginning, we're starting to ramp up the show season, we're starting to ramp up the marketing. This is where, you know, again, we've been lucky this year with how many freaking already amazing games have dropped. But now we're starting to fill in the middle and the end part of 2024. We're starting to see what that lineup's going to look like. And we're just going to have more of these shows as we ramp into the summer season, obviously, with the June showcase, which is going to be massive. But really good to see this. Love what Future Game Show does, generally speaking. So great show. All right, Mav. Let's see what we want to get into here a little bit. Let's talk about Connie Booth real quick here, Mav. Okay. Doesn't have to be a huge topic, right? But Connie Booth. Of course, she was fired from Sony, let go. There's rumors that her entire team was. Veteran for 30 plus years at Sony. Really one of the architects of what Sony has done with their first party. She oversaw all the first party studios. I know Herman Holst is technically the head, but she's behind the scenes. She was quality control. She was the one that walked in there to take a look at what everybody was doing, make sure that they were on task. Connie Booth, if you go listen to David Jaffe talk about her, she was one of the unknown faces of Sony that built their empire, right? Behind the scenes for PlayStation. So it was shocking when she was let go, when we had all that turmoil and still ongoing turmoil within Sony now, with the Bungie fiasco and all that kind of stuff. But really, she was the shocker. A lot of people didn't know who she was. Again, the only reason why I knew who she was because I do watch David Jaffe from time to time, and I watch his shows when he talks about some of the people that were influential to him and that he knows, because I love hearing that experience because you just don't get that inside baseball like that. Jaffe's one of the ones who's willing to discuss that inside baseball. But obviously, she was a pinnacle. She's been out there. I said that if I was Phil, I'd be calling her. I would have hired her if any way possible if she wasn't under some crazy contract or whatever the case may be that wouldn't allow her to go to Microsoft or Xbox. I would have hired her in an instant to help out Booty with how much he's now controlling. Obviously, that didn't happen because this week it came out, man. She's going to EA to fix shit. Yeah. Shout out to EA. Listen, you all know, you've listened to the Fun Speculation Network for long enough. You know the flack we have given EA through the years. How many screw-ups they've done. Now, they've had some good things, obviously. When they brought on Zampella and started giving Zampella more charge, good things started happening. They've got some wins. But they still have a whole lot of losses, folks. A whole lot. And EA has not righted those ships. But she is being brought in to help out with BioWare, Cliffhanger, Motive, and one of the key things that came out of this is that she has been brought on board to rebuild BioWare.
Yeah.
Like, if there's somebody that's going to have a chance to do it, it's her. Mav, just some quick thoughts on Connie Booth and EA bringing her on, actually admitting that they do need help over there. I think in a way, by bringing somebody this experienced on, pretty incredible hire for EA. I got to say, this is a W right here so far.
Yeah, man, it's I was wondering where she was going to end up because it didn't seem like she had like a retirement speech or anything like that to say, you know, like when and we didn't really know what happened except for the rumors, you know. And like you're right, like Jaffe was behind a lot of those rumors because he kind of like talked about it before it even was revealed what went on, right? So, I think that overall, like it's been interesting what's been going on at EA because we had a lot of those positive Zampella things that we were excited about, kind of like all of a sudden get taken away again. You know, they had the what was there was one of the studios that they had changed and made it was former like Dice LA, I think, and they had made it to was it Ridgeline Games or something.
Yes, Ridgeline.
Yeah,
Correct.
and
Yep.
then you know they got shut down or something like so. There's those kind of things, layoffs at Respawn from the Apex team potentially and all that kind of stuff. So there's exciting things. Now we still hear positive things about the future of Battlefield, which is like one of the most important things to me as well. But her coming in with her track record of kind of, if you want to call it quality control or maybe production experience and all that kind of stuff to making great games happen. I mean, she has a huge track record in that regard over at Sony, so it can only help EA, right? So with her and Zampella, you know, like the more people like this involved in higher up positions at these publishers, I think is better for us as gamers, right? Because they kind of understand the business, but they also care about, seems like, the quality of what they're putting out there, right? Not just about the microtransactions or how you build a game around a focus group or a market predictions and all these kind of things. It's about like making awesome stuff that helps drive the brand to make it stand for something, you know. And those are two people that kind of have a history of doing that. So EA's had their hits and misses the last several years. I think they're honestly, like, between them compared to some other publishers, I think they've made some great strides doing a lot of different things. They had their indie stuff going on with the EA Originals that they've produced some great games there. They have their single player games like the Jedi, Fallen Order, and Survivor, even though I'm not a huge fan of Survivor. And they have their other stuff, you know, that maybe some of it I'm not as big of a fan of, you know. But overall, they kind of have this big thing with lots of different stuff and moving parts and different kinds of games. And that's what I like to see out of publishers. So now just let's have more successes and less rushed games that come out broken or poorly optimized or built around the wrong ideas and all that kind of stuff. And if she can help with that, that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I think this is a big move, and I hope that she can straighten things out over there, and especially BioWare. Again, it's too late to bring back the BioWare of old, obviously, since it's nearly 100% of the original talent is now gone, and that's literally 100%. I don't know of one person left at this point from the original BioWare team. So it's way too beyond. But again, that name still has weight. They still control two of the biggest IPs in video game history. So it's important that EA keep that alive and somehow rebuild, and having somebody with the experience of Connie and knowing what she knows about the industry after all these decades, and probably the connections she does have with people, that if she can get a foundation over there rebuilt where people do feel differently about working for, you know, EA and those different dev teams that have been kind of gutted through the years, and she can bring respectability, much like Zampella has in a lot of ways, to those teams. And you've seen what he's done with his teams over there. If she can do that overall, I'm all for this. Again, I want to see those franchises floor. It's too late. Dragon Age is almost done, right? We've heard rumors that potentially they're shooting for this year still. Dragon Age is almost done. So I don't know what she's going to be able to do with that. We're going to have to cross our fingers. But Mass Effect, the next Mass Effect, she will now have hands-on. We know Mass Effect is very early on. According to Grub, we are years away from the next Mass Effect. So she will have hands-on with that team and kind of guide that development. So if that means we get a better Mass Effect at the end of the day, that more realizes the old feel of 1 through 3 versus what we got out of that Andromeda, then I'm all for this. Again, and if she can help change kind of the culture and the impression that people have of some of those studios and working for those studios and EA itself, then this is a freaking fantastic hire. Again, I don't, like you said, Mav, she's been in the industry long enough. If she wanted to retire, she got her flowers. Like everybody was looking at Sony as they disrespected the hell out of her. When her whole team got up and walked out, like Bold Alpha mentioned in the chat, however that all went down, that shows what type of leader she was. If those people honestly did hear that she was being let go and they just said most of her team said we're done too, that's the respect that she brings. So she could have walked off into the sunset and she could have enjoyed retirement, and her legacy was cemented with what she helped build over at PlayStation. But she chose not to, which means she still got gas left in the tank. She's not done. And when you bring somebody that now has a fresh start somewhere new, that brings that kind of eye for talent and for success, you can't replicate that. No matter how many people you want to bring in, like she's a one of a kind in the industry almost, right? She's the unicorn out there that you look to bring in. That's why I said Xbox should have done everything possible, and who knows if they did or not. But this to me is a big move for EA, and I'm glad to see it happening, and I'm happy for her that she got to move on to some other place and continue to do what she obviously must still have a passion for and still love, which is helping teams bring great games to the market. And so I'm all about this. This is a great move.
She's over Cliffhanger too, right? So like they're doing the Black Panther game.
Yes.
That's what I was just looking up here. Which that's got to be early on, right? So she'll be over that. Motive, who's has the Dead Space games now, and also BioWare. So there's going to be massive big time EA games coming out from her umbrella there. So it's some pressure, right, to make sure they deliver. But somebody like that can definitely help make sure that happens.
For sure. So I'm all about this. Let's see here. Masshole, I see you dropping into the chat. What's up, Masshole? Great to see you. Sup, nerds. Sup to you, sir. Let's talk about this real quick too, Mav. Not the best news, but we got some word this week. And again, we got to take all this with a grain of salt, right? We don't know, because this was complete speculation that's being passed around. But we do know that there is troubled waters at Bungie. There has been for a long time. There was some stuff this week, and I don't even count it as speculation town because nobody's been able to corroborate it at all. Somebody made a post somewhere, Reddit or wherever the fuck it was, and said this is a throwaway. Okay, like anybody could have written this stuff, but we have heard that in the deal with Sony that there was some clauses for Bungie that if they didn't hit certain numbers, that Sony could come in and take over, take full control. And this was from legitimate sources, right? Back, again, it's nothing official because we'll never have the full contracts, but these were more grounded. Now, the stuff this week was basically confirming that that's kind of almost happening right now, that Bungie's in that big of trouble, that it looks like Sony is going to take over, that Sony's corporate is not happy with the Bungie deal at all, and I said this from the beginning, and I will continue, I will never know unless somebody comes out and spills the beans. But I said this from day one, that they cooked their books. They cooked their books to get Sony to pay up as much as they did to bring them on board. And I know they paid extra for, according to Jim, to help them out with the games as a service stuff because they're experts supposedly and because of Destiny's success. But the money that was paid to Bungie, the money that was paid to retain employees that eventually were let go anyways, like somebody cooked the books to make Sony think this was a great buy. Okay. And I think that's what happened. I think the top management level made a bunch of money off this deal, and Sony got a rotten. They got a development house that was rotten from the inside, that they painted up on the outside, and Sony, if they looked in the inside, they only showed them a couple of the pretty rooms, and then the rest was all hidden. Because man, oh man, this does not sound good. But on top of those rumors this week, we did get confirmation, official word, that Bungie's Marathon. It has now, of course, Marathon, we don't have a release date, but this is supposedly their next big game. They're putting all their eggs in this basket. They canceled other games to focus on this game. Gets a new director. And while its MOBA-like game is in a holding pattern, which I would assume, again, is canceled the way things are going right now. So the upcoming Marathon game is now being helmed by ex-Valorant game director Joe Ziegler. This is from VGC, by the way, posted by Tom Ivan over there at VGC. It says, while Christopher Barrett was Marathon's game director when the sci-fi extraction shooter was announced last year, the Bungie veteran has since been replaced. Former Valorant director Joe Ziegler, who left Riot Games to join Bungie in 2022, has since stepped into the role. According to IGN, Ziegler publicly announced his position as director shortly after the publication had caught wind of changes behind the scenes and approached the studio for comment. IGN doing actual journalism. Everybody mark the date on the calendar. Jesus. He said, quote, for his post said, for the last 9 months, I've been working on Marathon as the game director, he said on X. We're still baking, but I'm excited to share with you more information on the game as we get closer to bringing it to all of you. Sources told IGN that a number of changes have been made to Marathon under Ziegler's watch, including moving away from custom player characters to a selectable cast of heroes. Cool. Another hero shooter, Mav. Haven't seen enough of those around these parts. Yay. When Sony acquired Bungie in 2022, it's claimed the studio was working on a couple of incubation projects, one of which was reportedly axed later that year, is said to have been similar to a previously canceled new IP called Matter. The other, a mobile-like game codenamed Gummy Bears, if you all remember that codename, is said to be in a holding pattern. Okay. Yeah. It was reported in December that Bungie's position as an independent subsidiary of Sony Interactive was under threat. That's the credible stuff that I was just talking about. At the time of acquisition's announcement, the PlayStation maker said Bungie would continue to operate independently, maintaining the ability to self-publish and reach players wherever they choose to play. However, an IGN report stated the company's board structure is contingent on Bungie hitting certain financial goals, and if it fails to do so, Sony can reportedly choose to dissolve the existing board and assume full control. Last October, Bungie staff were reportedly warned that revenue was running at around 45% below projections for the year, which was said to have been attributed to poor player retention for Destiny 2, struggling to meet its targets. With the threat of a potential Sony takeover looming, Bungie's leadership reportedly embarked on a wide-ranging cost-cutting plan that saw 100 of the studio's 1,200 employees laid off. Bungie officially delayed the upcoming Destiny 2 expansion, The Final Shape, in November, originally planned to release in February. The Final Shape will now launch June 4th. Cross your fingers. Fears are reportedly mounting among staff at Bungie that the expansion release will immediately be followed by another round of job cuts, with one source who is said to have knowledge of the studio's budgets telling IGN nothing adds up. And something will need to happen to curb costs unless the Final Shape does so well to cover the gap and people can move to Marathon. Cooking those books, baby, I'm telling you. Mav, trouble. It feels like trouble's been brewing for a long time. Again, this is nothing new if you've been paying attention, but finding out that they replaced the game director on Marathon 9 months ago without telling anybody, really, word had not gotten out yet. And then that he's come in and changed the game from customized characters, which everybody appreciates. Shout out to Steel. Customization is king. to a more what it's sounding like a hero shooter again, which I sarcastically said we don't have enough of these days. What are your thoughts on what's happened with Bungie here, Mav, and some of the smoke that is we've seen some flames, so it's definitely real. But what are you thinking about this, brother?
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad, especially with the other projects that are getting canceled and put on hold and all that kind of stuff, right? I guess all this we have to take with a grain of salt.
We do.
There's been a lot of misinformation in the last year or so in gaming, but when it comes to Bungie, you've seen the actual things happen with the news, and it kind of leads a lot of credibility to a lot of this stuff. So, and with all the layoffs, everything they've been experiencing, it would make sense. Like all this stuff sounds legitimate to me. I do have concern for them because of one of the great first-person shooter world creators, universe creators out there, like in the history of gaming. You talk about a studio that created Halo, one of the most beloved franchises of all time in gaming. It moves on, has a lot of pressure, creates one of the first big games as a service games that actually has success, and another world that people fell in love with, right? And we're getting to this point now where there's actual legitimate concern about the future. Like the Destiny's wrapping up, right? Marathon, don't hear a lot of people excited or talking about it. Not like people were excited for Destiny before it came out because it was their follow-up to Halo, right? I don't have faith in Marathon as much as I did before. I don't know if the people that are behind Bungie are the same people that created these worlds, that had these visions and everything back in the day to create those amazing things. And that it seems like more so is all about just, the things we don't like about gaming with the decisions that get made a lot. And we got to see more of the game. I got to play it to eventually know. I mean, it's one of the best at gameplay as well, right? But like if Marathon comes out and it doesn't just absolutely blow the doors off of everything,
right,
then you could be looking at the last hurrah of one of the best studios of all time. And that's sad, right? It's sad to see them in this state anyway. Like it's fucking Bungie. It reminds me kind of like what happened with BioWare. Like BioWare was on the pinnacle of gaming studios, like RPGs. I mean, you talk about a run from like Knights of the Old Republic. You had like Neverwinter Nights. You had Jade Empire. You then you could make Dragon Age, Baldur's Gate, or back in the day. I mean, like just great. Mass Effect, obviously. Just great franchise, great game after great game after great game, and then all of a sudden, the founders leave, people leave, things kind of crumble under the feet slowly after the EA acquisition and stuff, and it's kind of like Bungie was in a weird place. They're always seeking that security of a daddy company, but they always want to kind of remain like the independent decisions. They don't want to be on their own. Like they can't trust themselves to be on their own. Like they're bad with that stuff, so like they're looking for somebody that's got the bag to give them and stuff, right? And then it's just like I don't know how many times like they worked with Destiny. It worked with Halo, obviously. Is it gonna work with Marathon now with everything they're going through? Man, I hope so. But at the end of the day, like, are they the same Bungie that they were anyway? I don't know. The Destiny community may know more than me because I could never really super get into that game. But yeah, maybe they should have just stuck with Microsoft at the beginning. I don't know, man.
Nah, I mean they found their independence. They obviously that's what they always wanted, was to go work on something else. And Destiny, while the first one didn't live up to what it was originally supposed to be. And again, for you, those of you that don't know, I played Destiny 1 heavily. Like I was into Destiny 100%, but the promises they made, they never lived up to. And they quickly turned around and went to Destiny 2. The 10-year plan fell apart. They were one of the first ones, if not the first one, to come out with that stupid 10-year plan quote for Destiny 1, and they moved on to Destiny 2 quickly. And when they did that, I was like, I'm done. I'm not doing this. I did play some Destiny 2, had a good time with it, but it wasn't something I was going to continue to invest as heavily as some people have. Millions of people, in fact, have. They found success, but they obviously when Hiroki Totoki walked into his studios after he took over for Jim and came out with his quotes talking about how it's great, you guys all know how to create games and I love you for it, but you guys aren't business people, obviously. I think Bungie's probably one of the prime examples of that, right? We think of these giant games that have millions of players that are monetized, that always do numbers, and we always think that they must be raking in the money. No, if you don't know how to manage your books and you don't know what you're doing, it's easy to blow through that kind of money. And that's what Bungie's been doing. Bungie's been blowing through money left and right on Destiny 2. They've had so many missteps with it in which they've had to do other things to get the community back. The good part for them was they had built this immense loyal fan base that was willing to go through the hiccups and come back to it time and time and time again. But eventually, when you go to that well, you're going to eventually run out, right? You only have so much goodwill built up in a community nowadays, especially with so many games to play, so much time to be spent elsewhere, that people eventually will start walking away. And that's what's finally happened with Destiny 2. And I think that they've got a massive, not to say that the final shape isn't going to bring back a lot of people. I think a lot of people will come back just to jump in because they've got hundreds, thousands of hours in Destiny 2. They will come back to try the last bit. They want to see the story through, right? They will want to see the ending. So they might find some success with the final shape. But is it anywhere near what they could have had with Destiny 2? No, it's not. They've lost too much goodwill in the meantime. They've broken their community in too many places. Steel, huge Destiny player. People don't understand. Steel wasn't in there for the story. He was in there for the PvP. They broke the PvP and then just kind of abandoned the PvP, according to a lot of people. Right? Not just, again, I'm talking from the outside looking in, but I've heard from plenty in the community, including Steel, who said they just abandoned the PvP. Never gave two shits about the PvP and just focused on the expansions. Why? Because they're running out of money. They couldn't focus on that. They had to focus on the expansions. So again, mismanagement can be thrown around here. I again, just call for what it is. A spade is a spade. They mismanaged this completely. And now, like you said, Mav, massive concerns going forward with a new IP. Well, it's not a new IP. Marathon is their original IP. In fact, it was the inspiration for Halo all the way back in the day, but they're turning it into something brand spanking new, which again is going to be a mountain to climb in itself. But now we have these issues popping up. Can't have a whole lot of faith in what's going on over there. Maybe they'll prove us all wrong.
They have a lot more competition in that space now too. Like,
it's
there's a lot of great shooters out there, and I wonder, like, at times, like, is Bungie always kind of like blamed, or like the companies that they were under, at times for like things,
Activision,
or like wanting separated away so they can do their thing and stuff, but then they make a deal with somebody else and they step away and they're like, oh, hey, we're finally independent again. Yeah, then they go and make a deal with somebody else. You know what I mean? It's like, and they always kind of tend to blame these companies, and it's like maybe they at some point should have just looked at themselves in the mirror and realized that they their ideas or how they're managing these things are causing problems, and maybe it was these bigger companies that kind of helped support that back in the day, and now they're with a company that can't afford to.
Right.
I mean, they can't afford to just like say, hey, we're gonna put all this in like a bank and credit for you right now. We'll get you. I know you'll come through later. But right now it's like, no, this ain't gonna work out. We're not in that position. So how do they manage dealing through all that? And like, remember it came out like maybe Microsoft backed away because their asking price was too much again, because maybe they wanted to go back to Microsoft. And you look at this, it's like, come on, Bungie,
They were the problems themselves all along, right? It was one of those cases where, like you said, Matt, the leadership was great at playing victim and screaming victim. But maybe it was them.
Great at
they were the
making
baddies.
good quality games, you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
great worlds and stuff, but like the other stuff is just
a mess.
Yeah.
Ugly.
No bueno.
No bueno. But we'll wait and see. Again, they could shock us. We've been shocked before. Never know. We could be surprised, and it could be, a turnaround of all turnarounds, right? It certainly could be that happens in this industry as well. So again, I'll never count out a team like Bungie. They are obviously deeply talented, as far as how many devs they've brought on and who they have there. So anything can happen. But right now, I would not hold my breath on Marathon. I just wouldn't at this point.
I lost a lot of respect for them when they took away content people bought.
Yes, that was.
Yeah, and like they were the first ones to do this too, and like in the game like this, like hey, you can't play the original content anymore, even if or hey, now this other content you bought, you can't play it anymore, and like, what? That's new. Like, just add to it.
Yeah,
it's an online fucking game, but like, no, you can't do that. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you.
We don't have the room.
I paid for it. I didn't have time back then to play it. I bought it. I want to play it now. No, you can't do it.
Yeah.
And at that point, it became impossible, almost like the thought process for me to ever dive back in because of what I missed.
Yeah.
And it's like
it just became unwieldy,
Yeah.
right? It became unwieldy for them, and it became unwieldy for new players too. That's the other thing that they screwed up, was jumping back into Destiny 2. As somebody who had played Destiny 1 a lot and had played a little bit of Destiny 2, I jumped back into Destiny 2 when it showed up on Game Pass, right? Just to try it out again. I was completely lost. Completely.
Yeah.
Right? And it was like not new player friendly at all. Like, again, trying to find your way, unless you had somebody in a great, again, from what I know, the Destiny community, there's a lot of great people. Shout out to Iron Lords. Shout out to everybody who's played Destiny. There's a lot of great resources out there. You can certainly find somebody to help you walk you through it. But my God, if you didn't have that, or if you didn't know where to go to find that, and you were just jumping in as a casual, bro, no way.
Yeah.
You're going to be completely lost in that game. 1,000.
Yeah, I see a shout out to Captain Destruction in the chat. It says like, Sony can afford it. People disregard how big Sony is. Maybe like a few years back, could have said that. I don't know, but like today, I don't know, man. There's too many like studio closures, layoffs, game cancellations, like all over the place right now. At Sony, to not really think that there's something wrong. Shout out to J Rock. I know he's does console war all the time and stuff, but like he actually made a post like about
the list.
Yeah, the list. I'm trying to look for it right here. Okay. First off, he's talking about some of the games that came out. Like Helldivers is a success in my opinion, but it is not as much on the PlayStation console as much as PC, but that doesn't necessarily matter, right?
Nope.
Final Fantasy is a sequel that didn't go to expectations for Final Fantasy Rebirth. Square Enix isn't happy again, probably because it's like 30% less than the last game. Rise of the Ronin. We'll see how it does.
We'll see how it does.
How it does. PSVR 2 production has been paused.
Yep, that came out this week as well.
Talk about how much of a L that is. That like people are just kind of gloss over because they don't really care about VR. But you want to think about how much money and time and effort and investment went into all of this, and now, like, hey,
we had that conversation, brother.
Moving, we
had that conversation over a year ago about PSVR 2. I said it could be the next Vita. And I'm looking pretty good right now on that prediction, because again, I appreciate, again, this isn't shade at VR at all, because again, I'm not dumb enough to discount VR potentially being the future at some point. What I said at the time was, if you are Sony and you are PlayStation, do you really want to spread yourself thin amongst all these different places, including VR, the R&D that goes into making the headset, right? Alone, was it worth it at the end of the day? Or would this be a situation where they looked at the numbers and it wound up being just like the Vita? Even though the Vita was semi-successful, it wasn't successful enough for Sony and for PlayStation to continue to support it, and they abandoned it real quickly. What have they done with VR2? Abandon it real quickly. They are trying to get it to work on PC just so they can sell through the headsets that they have currently stocked up. Like, that's how bad it's gotten. But none of their first-party teams are working on VR content. I can guarantee you those games were canceled behind the scenes that we don't know about.
Well, the closure of the studios.
They
closed their only real VR focused studio, right? So,
Right.
regretting a Bungie purchase, possibly. Maybe they're regretting that now. I mean, they have a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of issues
Oh,
with,
yeah.
going on with Bungie right now. So,
Absolutely.
then there's a studio closures. One of them, like we talked about, was that you also had London studio. There was Deviation Games, which was another. It wasn't one of their studios, but they had been funding that studio because they were making a exclusive game for PlayStation. So there was that. There was it Fire Sprite or Firewalk? I forget which one.
I always forget which
and
one.
Then,
One of the
and then the
fires.
Sony London studios. Cancellations. Remember last year we had like reports of 6 of those games of service games got canceled behind the scenes. One of those was probably the Deviations game.
We knew that. Yep.
Yeah. Then we had cancellations for Factions, as well, which was a big deal. A lot of wasted time, effort, money, all those kind of things go into that. Also cause layoffs and stuff as well. Then you have the layoffs across Sony, where you had, was it 900 recently? 800, 900 developers across all of Sony just recently got laid off within the PlayStation studios. I know Microsoft had 1,900 as well earlier this year after the acquisition. It's a little bit of a different situation in that regard because there was a lot of it was redundancies with the acquisition. Also, they did do some cutting as well, Microsoft. So it's not an excuse there, but they didn't have all these game cancellations along with it and studio closures along with that as well. So that was the biggest difference there. Reports of toxic work environment, that was something that came out recently as well. And also, this is a big one that we've been talking about, is no first party roadmap.
Right.
We
do. We got Insomniac's roadmaps. We do.
Yeah, we got that. 2026. Yeah. So overall,
yes.
I'd say they're not in the best shape, maybe financially right now. Things can obviously turn around. A lot of it may be economy based and stuff,
Sure.
But overall,
No,
if you're
they're
looking
not in their prime. They're not in their prime. Put it that way. No, I mean, they're still crushing console sales. Never take anything away from that. So crushing console sales. But the most important stuff, the software and that kind of stuff, has not been its prime at all. So, and again, some of these second party deals aren't working out how they figured either. Some are, right? Some are doing better, like Helldivers 2. Stellar Blade will probably be a success by the way things are looking right now. But some of their stuff, their deals with Square, haven't turned out as good as they thought they would.
Not for Square either. Like Square's not
for
happy
Square.
with that either, but these are deals that were already made.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not, we'll see. I mean, again, yeah, we'll see. But again, there's just a lot of smoke right now. Again, that Sony's not in a good spot. And it's a lot of the industry. Again, the industry's changing and they are adapting. They just don't know how to adapt yet. And they're trying to find their way. They're lost because they didn't put the work in that some of the other companies did, like Xbox, to future-proof themselves. So they are now attempting to do that. And there's a lot that they have to do, which is going to cost a lot to get in place, which is something that obviously Microsoft and Xbox spent over the past 5 to 8 years doing and putting into place. And sure, people aren't happy with the way that Xbox is going, and totally understand. Again, if it was my ship, I wouldn't be doing the exact stuff that they're doing. But for the future, they're set up nicely. They're set up much better than PlayStation is right now. That's all I'm going to say about that. Again, it's not a console war. PlayStation's still going to be around. I think they're still going to exist, but they're just not in the healthiest of places right now. So,
hey Pong,
go ahead.
we have a super chat to get to that would maybe be a
Yep.
fun little topic.
Yeah, go real quick sidetrack real quick because I saw JB 1521 put this in there when I was giving my little Star Wars spiel. He says no acolyte, question mark Pong Soul. No sir, no sir. I'm not gonna go on a rant. You automatically have a W from me because you have Carrie Ann Moss as a Jedi in there. Okay, you automatically have a W from me. You already have me interested. But you're going to have Carrie Ann Moss as a Jedi, and this is 100 years prior to the prequels. So this is at the High Republic time when Jedis are, and the Force is extremely powerful, and you're going to have her having somebody attack her with a knife, and she does a nice little Force push that simply pushes that whoever the girl is back away from her. Now, bro, this ain't my Star Wars no more. This ain't my Star Wars. She could have thrown her through the wall. Okay? No girl is attacking a Jedi with a knife. Okay? Nobody. Anyways, that's all I'll say about that.
I love whenever you guys don't see, like, whenever we have like Star Wars stuff in our DMs, Pong's like, fuck this shit, this is garbage. Well, no, he doesn't say that, but it's
I do for the most part.
Yeah.
I put it in DMs the other day. I can't wait until Disney gets done killing Star Wars off and they finally sell it to somebody who cares about it. I did say
that. Scott Gamer Dude hit us with a $10 super chat. It says, "Hello, Mav and Pong. Have his wish. I don't know what you mean by that. Have a wish. I want to see what you guys think of this and its possibility. So the hardware announcement in December, being a handheld, and announcing it would launch with GTA in 2025.
Interesting.
The GTA thing's interesting because I don't know who's going to get the marketing rights for that. If anybody does.
If anybody does. Rockstar doesn't need to give the marketing rights to anybody. Will they do another deal with PlayStation? They certainly could. Could PlayStation pay for partial rights to promote their PlayStation 5 Pro? Yes, I believe that's definitely on the table for sure. Listen, Rockstar has, again, this is going to be something we're going to have to wait and see. Rockstar isn't known for developing for multiple systems at one time outside of the console, right? So assuming that you would have a different dev kit, and we got the word this week, there was a new dev kit for Xbox in Korea. Somebody actually even got a picture of it. Nobody knows what that dev kit is. Again, Mav, I know you guys talked about this on FSP on Monday. It'll be interesting to see what that dev kit is. Obviously, most people who know tech, and again, I'm not the tech guy, so again, I'm just a lightweight here. But most people are saying that do know tech that it wouldn't make sense that they have a new dev kit just for the slim down mid-gen refresh of the Xbox Series X that we supposedly might see come out this year still. The discless version, right? It doesn't make sense that they would need a whole new dev kit for that because it's not going to have anything new in it, right? And so why would you need a new dev kit? So then the speculation has turned to either they are doing a actual mid-gen upgrade like the PlayStation 5 Pro, or potentially that it could be for a handheld, the long rumored handheld that has been gaining a lot of smoke lately, including Jez today putting out a post to somebody saying that we will see the handheld from Xbox. If that dev kit is for the handheld and they're starting to get those out to devs, is it possible that Rockstar could have a handheld version, assuming that it's going to run on similar architecture to the consoles? So it would be an easy port. They would just downgrade it or whatever they need to do. Sure, it's definitely possible. Would that be a big win for Xbox if the PlayStation side was promoting the Pro version and Xbox themselves were able to promote, hey, that's cool. We're going to have the portable version on our brand new Xbox handheld. Absolutely. Would 2K love it if they double dipped on all this marketing and they just took money from everybody to promote these new systems? Absolutely, of course they would. More money for them, especially if they're spending $500 million to $1 billion, depending on what rumors you want to listen to about Grand Theft Auto. So I think it's a possibility for sure. I think it would be huge if this is all came true, right? We're in speculation town now, big time speculation town. If Xbox were to have a handheld coming out either this holiday season or into next year, and they could promote it and say that Grand Theft Auto 6 version, they will have a version for Grand Theft Auto 6 running on it when it launches, yes, massive W. So sure, that's definitely a possibility, and I would love to see it. That'd be cool as hell.
Yeah.
Man.
I don't know about all the GTA stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I will say that I've been completely on board with this idea that this year there could be a handheld, right? I've thought about this a lot, and when everybody was talking about the rumors about maybe getting a handheld with the next gen launch, I'm down with that too, right? But I don't necessarily see the having to wait for that. And I never really have, because the way that they support the games with cross-generational, all these other kind of things, I think it would make more sense if you were to be doing a handheld, that in order to have it spec-wise closer to what you have with the consoles, it would come out necessarily not day and date with the consoles. It would be maybe a few years later. So like today, it'd be more capable of producing a handheld that's like a Series S level, right? That would make it easier on the developers as well. You wouldn't have as much work trying to have to downgrade things or all that kind of stuff if it was closer to what the Series S is capable of. That would make it be more allowed to be native. You'd actually have to be able to have it at a more obtainable price point. And then you could have that system out there last for about 5-6 years and then come out with a new one. It would just roll into the next generation and you do the same thing over again. And at that next generation, just like this, you support cross-generational games for a few years. So it really wouldn't cause any problems with first party. Now, maybe eventually, like around launch of next generation, there's third party games you couldn't play on it because there are more like next gen exclusives usually from the third parties around launch. Sometimes like just random ones, not most, right? Sometimes one here or there. But ultimately, you could come out with a device that launches this year, and it could last until, let's say, like 2029. And as a handheld device, I think you would be okay. Upgrade that in 5 years, and that's pretty palatable comparatively to other handhelds that are out there, like a Steam Deck or like the ROG Ally and all these other ones that 5 years from now are going to be kind of outdated. So it kind of fits with that kind of market space as well. And I'm completely down for that. So as far as GTA being involved with it, that's just going to be completely up to marketing. I think it probably would be able to play GTA. But I don't know about like what they're going to show and when and stuff like that. So I think I'm going to lean into the speculation that I believe it is more likely that we get a handheld announcement later this year than any other major hardware with Xbox, except for maybe the redesigned Series X. Because I think if they do it, they would coincide with that.
Right.
So I think it could have like redesigned Series X, a handheld, okay, and then in a couple years, then you get like the next gen. But your handheld's still gonna be able to play all your Xbox games, even going into then. So like I'm all for that, man. Like if that's the world we live in, dude, I'm down. I'm gonna get it, and I'll be super fucking happy about that. But it needs to be dockable. They need to have a dock available for it to where it can kind of almost replace a Series S.
Sure.
I
hear you. Yep.
That's what I want, and it needs to be native. All of that.
Fair enough. Jez did follow up with somebody else too, saying that it would be native. So, whether that's announced this year or next year, it sounds like one that's definitely coming. And again, we were all in agreement that one was coming. Like I said, if it's on par with the Series S, I won't get it. I'll wait for the second version, which I think will launch with their next gen console. That'll be more future proof. I'm just not, again, I don't have enough time for handhelds. I don't have the use for them. if one comes out that's super powerful, that's kind of, again, works hand in hand with the next gen console, with whatever they're doing over there, with, you know, with Sarah Bond saying they're trying to make the biggest generational leap ever in tech wise. If they're going to do something crazy with their next gen console, and that handheld is going to just work one-on-one with it, it's going to be kind of an extension of the console, and it's going to be all seamless, like, and it's going to be kind of future-proofed. It's going to be kind of ahead of the curve when it comes to handhelds. It's obviously going to be more expensive. Again, the enthusiast side of things, I'll be in on that one. This first go around, I'll wait and see what it's all about. But for you guys that do want it, it'll be freaking awesome, especially if it's native, like Jez is saying it's going to be. That was one of the big ones for me too. It's got to be native. Got to. So that is cool as hell. Good topic. Appreciate the super chat 100% for bringing that into play. And can't wait to see how this turns out. Again, we're lined up for a lot of hardware announcements over the next 3-4 years. Like, it could be nuts, man. We're gonna have so much to talk about. It's gonna be so damn cool, bro. Oh man. Man, we were talking about Connie Booth earlier. There's another face and name that everybody might not be aware of. I think most people have probably heard the name by now, but people should be aware of. And that's Amy Hennig. She was also, according to some reports, done dirty by PlayStation. For those of you that don't know who Amy Hennig is, and maybe you've seen the name and you're like, why does anybody know this lady's name? Again, she's an older lady. If you saw her on stage at GDC this week or anywhere else, you wouldn't necessarily point her out as somebody really big and important in the video game industry per se. But this is the people behind the scenes that we don't get to know about. And there's a lot of them that we don't have no clue who their names are. But Amy Hennig's, again, her history dictates that she has made her case as one of the GOATs in this industry behind the scenes as a writer. So let me give you a rundown real quick, and then we'll talk about what we're talking about here, because I want to talk about this, about Marvel 1943, The Rise of Hydra. But Amy Hennig, for those of you that don't know, she started out way back in 1989 as an artist, okay, on Electro Cop for Atari, okay? Then she worked on Desert Strike Return to the Gulf, which freaking fantastic game, bro. Then she worked on Michael Jordan, Chaos in the Windy City as a designer and artist. Then she worked on 3D Baseball for Crystal Dynamics back in 1996 as an artist. Then she worked on as design manager for Blood Omen Legacy of Kain. Freaking awesome. And then she became director, producer, and writer in 1999 for Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. First of all, this franchise needs to come back. We were hoping that Embracer Group owns it, because this was Crystal Dynamics and Eidos, Montreal, right? They got this IP. We were hoping this was one of the games they were going to bring back. There's been hints that Eidos Montreal might be trying to bring this back. Now, with the problems that Embracer Group has had, who knows? But this, if you never played Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, holy shit, talk about one of the most underrated, underappreciated games of all time that has gained much more than just cult fandom at this point. There's enough people who have played this that understand how great this game was. Me and my buddy, I don't know how many hours we put in this game, passing it back and forth. Freaking amazing. And this is where her legacy really starts. Then she did Soul Reaver 2. Then she did Legacy of Kain Defiance. Then she did Jack 3. Jak and Daxter, classic. She did Jak 3 as game director. Then, of course, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune in 2007. Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, one of the GOATs. Uncharted 2 is one of my GOATs, probably top 20 all time. Uncharted 2 is absolutely simple. I love the Uncharted series, but Uncharted 2 is simply just fantastic. Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception. She did all three of those as creative director and writer. Basically, her franchise, okay? Uncharted Golden Abyss, story consultant. Battlefield Hardline as the writer. I gotta say, I'm one of the people that actually enjoyed Hardline and actually enjoyed the story. Like, again, people say game wasn't good, it was bad Battlefield. Actually, it was pretty good. They just tried something different. It didn't work out. She did the story concept for Forspoken, and now she is with Skydance Media, writing for Marvel 1943, Rise of the Hydra. She is the producer. She is obviously doing the writing as well. She is doing everything. I'm so happy for her because she had a little game, Star Wars 1313, which was looking to be phenomenal. that got canceled. Okay. This lady is off the charts talented. Love her to death. The fact that she's getting a chance to do this is awesome. Now, you guys all know, this leads me into this. You all know that I had really no interest in superhero stuff these days. I don't. I just don't. I don't care about any of these people. Don't care about the Avengers. Don't care about none of this stuff. Okay. Sure, I have my favorites here and there. Sure, I'm excited about Wonder Woman video game, right? I'd love to see a Superman game. I just don't. I love Suicide Squad to death. Thought it was a great game. I just don't have that kind of connection. So when they announced this game, I was like, awesome to see Amy Hennig back. Can't wait to see what she does. Wasn't on my radar. Mav, we had GDC this week. And she did a presentation for Skydance Media of the game. And they showed off a new trailer for the game. Now, she did confirm it's Unreal Engine 5, that there was no smoke and mirrors done. This was all in-game. There was nothing funny here. This wasn't straight CGI. This was all in-game stuff. She announced this. Jeff Keighley put up a clip off screen. This was before we got the actual, release stuff. Off screen from his seat. And he put up a clip of Captain America and Black Panther kind of meeting each other, I think, for the first time in the game, right? This clip sold me, Mav. I don't care about Cap. I don't care about Panther. But the minute the acting, the animation, the graphics, again, this is set in World War II, which I'm a big World War II guy. The acting, the graphics, the animation here, I was like, okay. I may not care about these characters like that, but I want to see where Amy and her team are going. Freaking absolutely incredible. Just a short clip sold me instantaneously. This interaction between Cap and Panther it was special, man. It gave me chills as I rewatched it. And then I got to see the official, trailer and that kind of stuff and all the stuff she showed off. Love this woman. She's doing big things. I think she's got a hit on her hands. If they nail the gameplay anywhere near what they're doing here with the presentation, this could be one of those superhero games that people are talking about for years to come as one of the best ones they've put out, up there with the Spider-Mans, all that kind of stuff. Matt, what do you think about the trailer? What do you think about what Amy and her team are doing over at Skydance Media, man?
Well, unlike you, I was kind of paying attention to this early on, ever since I found out that she was starting Skydance Media. And then the rumors had come out about her working on licensed IP and then possibly Marvel. And that there was different rumors about different kinds of characters and all this kind of stuff. And I was paying attention early on to what was going to eventually be announced. Now that she's also working on a Star Wars game. So we haven't seen that.
Yes, she is. We have not seen that yet.
So just putting that out there.
Yep.
So when it came out and we saw the original announcement trailer, which happened at a Disney event, I forget what they call their thing.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I watched it and I saw the reveal and I was like, okay, it looked cool, right? But it didn't tell us a whole lot about what the game was really going to look like. But we had all the clues kind of what they had talked about with this game. And all these things sounded awesome. They talked about bridging the gap between cinematics and storytelling and video games, and kind of trying to make interactive storytelling and push that forward in ways and stuff like that. And they talked about it from multiple points of access and all these other kinds of things. We're kind of trying to rack our head around what does this mean? And today, well, not today, but I think I saw this trailer yesterday. That was when I first saw the vision of what they're talking about, because for me it was seeing classic. I mean, I'm talking about Captain America style from when I was a kid watching Captain America TV shows and stuff like that, old episodes. It looked like that style Cap. And then you had the acting and the storytelling, and then you bring in Black Panther in there, and the version they had of Black Panther, I think it's T'Chaka, if I'm not mistaken, was absolutely amazing too. And they have this whole dynamic going on about them both trying to be heroes, but like, only they want to do it their way, and like Cap's trying to stop Black Panther, and Black Panther's like, don't get in my way, and all this kind of. It's just like awesome to see, and it looks like a movie that I want to watch. Like it looks like something that I have to, as a fan of all of this kind of crap, something that I have to see because it's important to me to know what happens here, because it looks like they're potentially creating a classic storyline in a IP franchise that I absolutely love. And I think whatever this ends up being will be important, and will also potentially set a standard for a new kind of thing that we're going to see in gaming. Now, some of the companies talk about they don't want to do, they want to step away from licensed IP, they want to step away from this, or they want to step away from that. But when we see something of this quality put out in this kind of way, in a meaningful way for like these characters, and really do these characters well like this, it's like that's what it should be all about when you do this licensed kind of stuff, man. And it is like, it's paying respect, but also creating something new and awesome at the same time. It's not just about like making money off of it, gimmick wise. It's about contributing to it, right? Like it's about, okay, let's take these things that people love and let's make something amazing out of it that people will also love. Not just, hey, we're going to take this popular IP and maximize our profits off of it because we know people are going to pay attention because it's Marvel, right? They're really treating it with respect. And that's what I fucking love here, man, because it looks absolutely amazing. And if this was like what we saw was like at the movie theater, if I was a trailer for a movie,
oh yeah,
I would equally be excited, and I would have to go see it like the weekend it releases, but I'm gonna be playing the shit out of this game, and I can't wait to see what she does with Star Wars now.
Yeah, absolutely
amazing, love it.
She knows how to build. She knows how to build stories. She knows how to build worlds. She knows how to build characters. And again, like you said, Mav, she treats characters that she uses for licensed IP almost as if they're her own characters. Because again, what we saw in Star Wars 1313 back in the day was looking phenomenal. It's like whatever it was now, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, was looking phenomenal. She really does that. She does that with her original characters, and she does that with these licensed IP characters. She really takes them to heart, and she's obviously got a great team around her too. It's not just her alone working on these games, but she just understands what to do and kind of how to set the tone. And again, that trailer could not have, again, it was just a clip that I first saw from Keeley. It wasn't even the full thing. And I just saw that, and it grabbed me instantaneously. Again, it helps when you have great actors, and they've got a great cast. They've posted the cast with a lot of experience, but just how they talk to each other was so natural. Like you said, it was so movie-like in quality that you instantly just, I couldn't stop. I was like, oh my God, I got to listen to this again, and I got to watch the facial animations and all the things that they captured in detail in that one scene. I was like, yo, okay, you guys got me. Again, as somebody who does not care about this stuff, I want to know more. So I can't wait to see what she does. She's one of the GOATs out here, and I'm so happy for it. Yes, Eastside Vandal, I know you will continue on your Suicide Squad hate. That's okay. If this turns out to be a looter shooter at the end of the day, I'll even be more excited for this game. Let me put it that way. So if T'Challa's granddad is looting new claws out of chests in this game, I will be a happy camper. Let's go. Let's go. But I can't wait. I can't wait to see. And like you said, Mav, the fact that she's working on a Star Wars game, as I said, Disney Star Wars is dead to me, but Star Wars Outlaws is grabbing me, and anything Amy Hennig touches, I will definitely give the benefit of the doubt, and I can't wait to see the first opening teaser for whatever she's doing in the Star Wars universe. I have faith in what she will do. So again, she gets it. She gets what these games are supposed to feel like when she's using licensed IP, how to bring the comic experience into the video game world, or the movies into the video game world. She understands, but she understands the classic stuff. She doesn't forget where these characters came from, and she goes back, and you can tell that she probably rereads a lot of stuff or rewatches a lot of stuff from when they were in their heydays, or what people consider as the primes kind of stuff. She doesn't fall into that trap that we've seen so many times, like the writers for the Halo series on Paramount Plus saying they totally ignored the games because they didn't want any of that influencing their story. Okay, well, that's your whole fan fucking base. Jesus Christ, you can't do that. And I think Amy Hennig gets that better than anybody. So I appreciate it. Eastside says, I'll come to your house. Let's go. Looter shooter all the way. Mav, we are coming up onto Dragon's Dogma 2 launch time here, brother. Let's talk a little Dragon's Dogma 2 here as we get ready for launch time. Came out to great reviews, brother. Now, there was some predictable, picking apart criticism, fair criticism of performance issues on both console and on PC. There are some issues that they're going to have to patch out. It was interesting that they didn't get the total forgiveness that other games have gotten that we've seen. But there was some people who were critical of it, which again, it's fair game. I will be critical of it as I play through it if I do notice a lot of problems in the performance. There was people that did mention Mav. There was some lower review scores. You know me, I like to go read the kind of lower review scores to see what people are actually complaining about. There was some of the Starfield Bethesda stuff in some of the lower score reviews where people wanted Capcom and the Dragon's Dogma team in particular to suddenly change the entire formula that made the original game great. And there was some complaints that it wasn't updated enough, that it felt outdated, that the controlling felt outdated, that the combat was outdated, even though that's what people loved about the original. So there was some of that. But the vast majority of the reviews, Mav, are absolutely glowing. Now, there is kind of a range within there. There are some people saying it's a very, very good game, gave it an 8. Saying a very, very good game. Open world RPG lovers are going to probably find some time, but there was enough people saying that it takes time to get into this game, much like the first one.
Yeah.
That it takes, it's not going to grab everybody's attention in the first hour. It might not grab your attention in the first 5. I read one reviewer saying that he didn't get grabbed until 10 hours in, and then he understood. Dragon's Dogma is an enigma in a lot of ways. Dragon's Dogma blends Eastern and Western flavors together, and a lot of people don't understand it up front. So it is a specialized kind of RPG, which we talked about. It's very unique. That's what made Dragon's Dogma 1 different and why it was a slow burn. It didn't catch fire right away, but people discovered it down the road, and especially when they re-released it with Dark Arisen, and all of a sudden people realized the genius behind Dragon's Dogma. It's not a Souls-like, and yet it's not a Bethesda RPG either in combat. There is strategy involved. There's strategy with your pawns. There's strategy with the skills you're going to use. But there isn't a parry and dodge per se like Souls-like. Sure, some of the classes do it, but it's not as heavy-handed as a Souls-like game is. So overall, though, you had the people kind of at the 8s, but then you did have a lot of people at 9s and 10s. And a lot of people saying this is going to be game of the year or should be up for game of the year, that this is brilliant, that people must play this game. If you like open world RPGs, you need to hop in Dragon's Dogma and give it a chance. The more I see, and I told you, I watched people playing today. I watched clips. Shout out to Epic Treasure and some people like that who were playing it early today. And my God, Mav, this is looking phenomenal. And I could see the difference already between the first and second, just in some of the gameplay. Sure, some of it is very similar. Climbing onto the monsters looks very much like it did back in the day. Like the animation. Yeah.
It's a sequel.
It's a sequel, right? Yeah, it's a sequel. So, but I can't wait. I can't wait here in the next, whatever it's going to be. It's supposed to be dropping in a few minutes, but we know how Steam works. Sometimes it doesn't open up right away. So we'll say in the next 15, 20 minutes here. I can't wait to hop in this after we get done here. Yeah. This is going to be a game that I've got tomorrow off. I'm putting hours in. I'll have a big thoughts tomorrow night on Xbox Ultimate, and obviously living split screen on Saturday morning. Steel's going to be playing it. You're going to be playing it. We're going to have a lot of people playing. This is the game that a lot of people have been holding their breath for, I think. The fandom that they do and have built up all these years to this point, 12 years later, finally getting a sequel. I think this game's got legs. I think this game's going to be not Elden Ring level phenomenon. Elden Ring's different beast, but I think this has got the potential to run away with the awards this year as people get their hands on it. Because what I'm seeing, the exploration map, which is my baby, give me any world I can just run off in any direction and find some cool shit, whether it's a treasure, whether it's a monster, whether it's some cave. Like that from the first one has just been expanded upon 3-4 times from what I'm seeing out there, what people are playing right now. How you feeling about Dragon's Dogma 2 coming into launch here in the next 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, I'm getting more and more excited. I want to go play it right now.
What class are you starting with, by the way?
Thief. I'm gonna go Thief.
You're gonna go Thief. Okay, so Steel's going Thief. I'm going Archer.
Okay.
I was gonna go the spear hand. I always forget the name of it. The magic spear hand. I was gonna build a class to open that up because I saw Decado in the chat. Decado's already playing. He said you open it up around level 12. I was gonna do that, but then everybody decided that they were gonna jump on that, and I was like, do I just want to be like it? I'm like, no, I'll do Archer this time. I was Thief in the first one and Mage in the first one through my 2 playthroughs. So I'm gonna do Archer this time. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you.
Good.
Have you created your pawn and your main character yet, or no?
I don't like doing that stuff early. I like to do it right before I'm going to play the actual game. Like, I know, I know, man. Like, but I mess with it. And I like doing it and then playing the game. I don't like doing it like ahead of time and then like.
This was so good, though.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have fun with it when I do it tonight. So my character I plan on doing a Thief, and then I'm going to work it into a Trickster later when I.
Good call.
Yeah,
good call.
So that's my idea right now that I have for it. But yeah, like you, the exploration, all that kind of stuff, just kind of the emergent style gameplay, randomness that's going to happen. That's what these kind of games like. That's the Western RPG flavor, but then you have like the Eastern RPG like gameplay. You know what I mean? Kind of style and feel of the game. All of it put together, I'm just looking forward to that amazing blend of what Dragon's Dogma is, which is very unique. There's nothing else out there like it, and that's what I love. So many, like we watched Future Game Showcase today, right? And there's like, it's like we need new fucking genres, man. like it's like, oh, this is a this is a this is a this. I've seen like 1,000 farming games. I've seen 1,000 roguelites now. I've seen 1,000 Souls-like games. I've seen 1,000 this. So when somebody creates something that's not necessarily just like anything else, that's like, okay, we're doing it a little bit different way. This is our take. But this is like nothing feels or plays like Dragon's Dogma. Nothing really looks like Dragon's Dogma. Like that, the developers there like created something that's really unique to the to all those genres to create a it's an RPG, right? But it's an RPG and it's like no other one that I've really played. And Capcom's on fucking fire.
Yes, they are. They can't miss.
Bandai Namco and Capcom, like two companies that if you were to say like ask about their future like 10 years ago or like even less than that, like 5 years ago, really. Like, oh, how are they going to do? You know, I don't know, man. They're kind of on the rocks. You know? Both of those publishers, just like this generation, and leading into it, just really fucking like been nailing it, bro. But like Capcom, this is one of those things I like to see, man. Just put out a great game, great vision, put it everywhere. If we're a multi-platform third-party company, you know, not take that money. It's going to be crazy seeing Dragon's Dogma sell more than Final Fantasy.
It is. But that beauty of multiplayer.
Yeah. It's going to happen. I can almost guarantee you that this is going to sell more copies than the Final Fantasy. Because everywhere. I think it's going to become its own little phenomenon because it creates the ability for it to have that. Being on PC, being on Xbox, being on PlayStation, all that kind of stuff. Like I think it's a win for them, and shout out to Capcom for just making something that looks really special. I don't necessarily care about the reviews, but it did review really well, right? Which is good to see. It's always promising that you see people seeing what you see, right? In something. I can't wait to touch it and play it and get that Dragon's Dogma feel, man.
gonna be so damn good, bro. It's gonna be
Yeah,
so
let's just
damn
end the
good. I
show.
can't
So
wait
we can go play. Let's go.
Yeah, I know. It's just gonna be. I can't wait to see everybody's clips. I want to see what
Yeah.
people discover, what they can do. Again, it's one of those games where you can
Excited to see your
experiment.
photos, Pong.
Oh, bro, the fact that they have a photo mode in this
Yeah.
one, yo, I'm gonna be.
Now, the characters, I mean, the enemies, like the character designs for the enemies. Oh, God, it's like so amazing, dude. So it's such
Bro.
sense of scale and stuff.
Yes.
Like,
Yes. It's all here, man. It's all here for the taking. It's all here, and we're gonna be enjoying it. Shout out to everybody in the chat who's gonna be playing tonight as well. And again, no matter what you're playing, if you're enjoying games right now, this is the best time. Again, this year is just absolutely crushing it. Whether you're playing Dragon's Dogma 2 or not, there's been so much to play. It's unbelievable. And yes, I saw Ducato. Yes, I know. Mystic Spearhand. I know. I always forget Mystic, and I don't know why I've got that block in me. But I am not doing that. I'm going to be doing the Mage Archer
we also
class.
have the Magic Arrow class too.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going for this time around. Because I love the effects from the Archer too. So, I just can't wait to jump into this. And again, I just hope that we got. I just really hope that this catches, because I want this game to do so well that they're forced to do a third. And not take 12 years this time around. Not take 12 years around. I just love what this team does, man. And I want to see another one start out next gen. Like, if this does well enough, they can get to work on a third in a trilogy to start out next gen. I will be more than happy, because I can't wait to see what it looks like then with the RE engines. Oh my God, it's gonna be so good. But yeah, Mav, let's get everybody out of here. This has been a nice, quick 2-hour run again for all of those that stuck around for Mav co-streaming the Future Game Show. Again, nothing but love to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Again, if you jumped in here just for PM to PM, love you the same. Again, mad respect for all of you that support all of our shows and other channel shows as well. Again, your passion is a part of our passion, and we are gamers first. Hence why we started a show early tonight, to make sure that we can go jump into Dragon's Dogma 2 when it launches. Like, that's who we are. We will never be only podcasters first who just want to come on here and talk and never play games, or, make posts about games that we're never going to play. Like, this is why we're here. But we're going to go enjoy some gaming. Expect some posts, certainly from me, some clips, some pictures. Photo mode's going to be lit. I'm going to be spending so many hours in that freaking thing. It's ridiculous. I can't wait to show you all, but I hope you're all enjoying it. If you're already playing it, and again, whatever you're playing, Helldivers 2, Princess Peach's Showtime, whatever the hell you're playing, I don't care. I'm just glad you're playing games. So I hope you all have a good night. But Mav, we got Xbox Ultimate. We'll have some thoughts on Dragon's Dogma 2 and some other stuff. We'll get the family together, and we're gonna have a good time. What else is coming up, brother? Are you gonna be streaming Dragon's Dogma 2 at all?
I might this weekend, or maybe some tomorrow if I have time. I think definitely want to stream that. I never streamed Unicorn Overlord too, so I want to find some time to.
We don't know if you really played it. You don't play JRPG.
Go look at my playtime, man. Come on. I'm probably. I think I want to, but I want to also play it. Like, I don't want to turn down the settings just to stream. That's the one thing about PC. So maybe I will. And if I do, look for that probably Saturday, or and maybe even Sunday too. But I know Steel is right for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Steel's
probably like
rock and roll.
right now.
He's starting now. Yeah. He's in chat right now, but I know he's planning on doing a stream tonight. I think he is getting ready to do that. So.
Yeah. So that, then we have FSP. We'll talk about it more on Monday as well, after Friday's Xbox Ultimate. We'll be back here for Thursday, and then Xbox Ultimate again next Friday. It's going to be starting to talk about all these awesome games now and lead up to the showcases and all this stuff. So it's exciting time, man. We had that show today. The Future Game Show is pretty fun to watch, regardless of if it didn't have a lot of amazing stuff there. But yeah, dude, I want to thank everybody in the chat who watched. If you actually stuck through the whole Future Game Show and all the way through PM and the PM here on this one big long stream, you fucking rock. But even if not, if you stopped here for a minute, you also fucking rock. Appreciate it. Every single one of you guys for hanging out. But Pongsoul, what you got going on, bro?
Yeah, Brody. And as we end the show, the snow starts. So we got 2 snowstorms this weekend. I was telling Matt behind the scenes. So we're supposed to get like 10 inches tall. One last hurrah from winter. Yay. It'll melt next week. But perfect timing. Perfect timing to be playing games. Great show. Again, nothing but love and respect to all of you. Thank you for being here. And Matt, thank you for all that you do behind the scenes and running all the tech stuff behind the scenes for us to do this stuff. You guys know the drill. Tomorrow night it's Xbox Ultimate, obviously. I will be there 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Again, I'm going to have a lot of Dragon's Dogma in if all things go as planned by that point. So I will have a lot to say, but we're going to have a fun time with the family. Lots of laughs, lots of good conversations. Be there for Xbox Ultimate. Saturday morning, buckle up, set those alarms right now. And if you haven't noticed, Steel put out a post. Got to be ready. I retweeted it. Go check it out. Special living split screen this Saturday because we are giving away 2 copies of Dragon's Dogma 2 digital for any platform of your choice. Must be subscribed to Living Split Screen on YouTube. Must be live and must be following the Living Split Screen X account, the Pong Soul X account, and the Steel Rain X account. So as long as you get all that, again, I retweeted it. So most of you guys all follow me on X. Go find it there. But we will be giving away 2 copies. So buckle up and get ready. 4+ hours, Living Split Screen, live, raw and uncut, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. Steel and I will have a full-fledged discussion about Dragon's Dogma 2 and our experiences so far. I'm sure that'll be like the first hour of conversation. So join us for that. We'll get into all the other topics as well. And then Saturday nights, it's the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam. You know the channel. Get out there. His crowds have been getting bigger and bigger on Saturday nights. The best way to end your Saturday night, along with Fuzzy Belvedere and myself. And we always have guests. And I think this week we've got Web Dave and somebody else. Oh, we got Game Pass Dad. Bob. Nice. We got Bob and Dave on the Bob and Dave show coming to you live Saturday night. It's going to be a great, we're going to have a fun time. We're going to be laughing. We're going to have good conversations. Have us on in the background. Now back to 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, Saturday night, the Shop Podcast. Next week, all over again. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man 5 days a week. Go check out his shows. But Xbox Factor Podcast Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, including a dash of Steel Rain now on top of it to make it a little bit sweeter. So be there for Tuesdays. And then, God willing, back here with Mav on just a great Thursday night, man. PM in the PM every Thursday night. So it's a golden age of gaming, people. Get out there. Enjoy it. Play what you love. Love what you play. Have a great Friday. Have a great start to your weekend. And I'll talk to you real soon. Mav, get us out of here. It's Dragon's Dogma 2 time. Let's go. Choo-choo, motherfuckers.
Peace, everyone.
Let's
Have a
go.
good night.